full-grown man.
He's an
with an
adult
job.
man working for the federal government, separating airplanes. And he graduated high school in the year of our Lord 2020 during COVID.
God, it fucking hurts.
Oh yeah, my sister also graduated in 2020. They did a Zoom graduation.
Oh my lord.
It was really funny.
Oh, I have heads up on stream again. Hang on, I'll fix it. Keep answering.
They mailed her diploma though, so I guess that's neat. She didn't have to touch the principal's grimy hands.
You know,
fuck graduation ceremonies. Nobody likes them.
Yeah.
Also, fuck touching anybody's hands too. Like, I kind of agree with that. There's a lot. Like, COVID sucked in a lot of ways, but one thing that happened from COVID that I do approve of was like the normalization of never having to touch anybody's hands
or even see them. No contact delivery only happened
yeah.
because of COVID, and boy, no contact delivery is the greatest thing that humanity has ever done.
Right? I remember before times when you ordered food and you had to talk to the person when they brought it to you.
Right.
COVID did absolutely nothing wrong.
You know, aside from all those dead people. Oh,
notorious.
Miss your great grandma.
Getting started spicy tonight. Hello, welcome to Wildfolk. It's, oh god, what is it? 26? 27? Hang on, it doesn't matter, but I'm going to look anyway. We're moving right along. I think you're right, I think it is 27.
I know, because I have the stream pulled up. Keep up, Feck.
It sure is. Last we left off with this group, you guys have traveled to Moresco in search of the Landfall Orrery, which will turn the landfall windows back on at the guild so that you can do quick travel to a lot of different places that are marked in pink on the map here. And possibly, later on, even some new locations that you guys choose if you want to install some new gateways. As you guys were traveling there, Tex snuck off alone a little ahead of the group, and basically instigated... Yeah, he did some more crimes. He instigated an attack on Moresco, which he got the impression happens pretty regularly to begin with. They seemed very well prepared. They have a magical defense system called the Bulwark, and cannons, and a militia. However, as that was all going on, Tex managed to sneak in through the Bulwark with the help of a little monster, and stole the power generator for the Bulwark, which lowered the defenses, which allowed a bunch of these monsters to make their way into the city and wreak havoc. Morning came...
First of all, okay, I gotta interject here. That little monster did not help shit.
That's true. Yeah, I said help there. What happened?
That son of a bitch, and then went around the back door.
True. Yeah, definitely a misstep there. Help is not the right word. You were babysitting this little thing, and then, like, turned coat on him to make yourself look like a good guy so that you can convince everyone to just believe you are a friendly familiar.
He provided you like a little lily pad to jump on across the river.
True. That's true. Anyway, the short version of the story is that morning came, and he got chewed out, and decided to go back to Moresco with the rest of the party to see if they could make things right, and more importantly, see if they could negotiate for the Landfall Orrery. Specifically, using the power generator that he had stolen as a bargaining chip, without revealing that he had stolen it. So aside from the wanton death and cruelty of a lot of innocent people, the plan actually worked pretty well. You guys were able to make a deal, and you now have a writ, a contract, that says that if you can go find the other Moresco Witchers who are traveling east towards Kite, they will hopefully just peacefully hand over the orrery in exchange for the contract that you've signed with Jude, the leader of the Moresco Witchers back in Moresco. While you were there, though, you also discovered that Jude, the leader of the Moresco Witchers, is the son of Prospero, who Tex killed a long time ago. And what's more, Prospero is the husband of a lady named Genevieve, who is the mother of Edelweiss. Tex killed his boyfriend's dad. And that's kind of...
He got better.
He got better in that he's a skeleton.
We've literally all been there.
Yeah, we've all been there. So, making sure that I recap everything carefully without giving things away. There was also a note that was left by Prospero with Genevieve that said, hey, we're clearly not welcome here. It's not safe for us to stay, but we're going to try to continue up north to somewhere in eastern Cyrilin, where Prospero said that one of his old friends knew a family called the Trefnoff family, which might be friendly to them and be willing to house them, which is a little unusual because Cyrillin does not like undead. Nonetheless, it sounded like that was the plan, and that is what is mentioned in the note. While that was all going on, Tex and Jude were just about to have a little conversation as they realized who the other was, and that's probably where we're going to jump right in. I'm trying to think if there's any like housekeeping or recap stuff, or we can just go for it. I think we're good. All right, let me go find maps.
Can I rewind time about 2 minutes and tell Jude about Tex for 200 gold?
Time wizard, you got a spell for it?
Sure, you got a spell? You got something for us?
Not yet.
Damn shame. Notes.
It's fine. We've both made morally incorrect choices.
I've never done anything wrong.
That is technically true. I do think Tex is winning the who's the most evil race right now by quite a gap.
Jane's never done anything wrong because Jane's never done anything that she's done.
It's true, I love that we're still blaming Jane for Baby Boy's mistake, and also that Jane is never going to do any of these things to begin with. Let's see. CS is good.
We can hope.
Yeah, that's definitely how time travel works for sure.
Certainly isn't hardcore opposed by everything I've learned about time travel.
Definitely not.
Oh, cool straw hat, Foster. That's awesome.
Thanks. Wait, where are you?
You should actually have it. Let me know if you...
Maybe my thing's not updated. I don't see it in here.
Oh, hang on. Let me fix it. Garden. There we go. There you go. Now you should have it.
I really love how no...
You guys don't have pirate outfits yet. You haven't regrouped. You're not getting your pirate outfits until you regroup.
Notice how no one in this town decided to ask us our names.
It's way better than I thought it was going to be.
His straw hat. It's precious.
I will be retiring from the campaign.
You spent way too much time on that hat.
Way too much.
Are you kidding? Look at it. It's 12 pixels.
Look at those little flowers. Look at that.
Oh no, that's cheating. Those are literally the flowers that are already on Foster's head. I literally drew like a curve for the top of the hat and then a brim, and that's all that is going on there. And the shade under it.
Bless you, it's everything I've ever wanted.
Alright. As that is going on, back behind the house, kind of looking over the river here, Jude has insisted that the two of you should have a quick talk. And he looks at you, he crosses his arms, and says, "Okay, monster, let's get one thing straight. I would slit your throat, or die trying, if I didn't think that that would upset Mom and Edel. So I'm going to tell you what I know, and then you're going to tell me what you know, and then we're going to go our separate ways. And if I see you in my mother's house one more time, Edel will simply have to bury another cat. Got it?"
Tex just kind of yawns and does the cat stretch, so like, I could not care less about you or your existence.
Amazing. Really? Nothing? Nothing? You really just don't give a shit about him, do you?
About who?
About Edel.
Of course I do.
Is he a plaything to you?
That's not what this conversation is about.
What is it about then? Tell me. What are you doing here? Why are you here?
I came to find the people responsible for, this.
Well, you found us. Although maybe you should take a good look at yourself. Why do you think we're doing all this?
You specifically, or your troop in general?
Is there a difference? Every one of those people is there because you and the people like you broke something. And we have to fix your mess.
Our mess. We exist because of you. You were trying to cure a symptom. You're the disease.
I was 12 when you killed our dad. Edel was 10. He was not a problem. He wasn't part of a disease. He was a hero. He was a fucking legend, a beacon of light in this god-awful hellscape. Everyone loved him. We loved him. Why did you kill him? He was...
People die all the time, and he got better.
Better? You think that this is better? He doesn't have any eyes. He can barely speak. He can't stay out in the sun too long. Dad... He's such an idiot. I tried to tell him, we all tried to tell him, but he said that if we just took the time to learn about you, to talk to all these monsters and understand them, then we'd be able to fix all of this. And I guess he learned the hard way, that in the end, stupid bloodthirsty monsters are just stupid bloodthirsty monsters.
Guess he was right.
Edel told me that it had to be a mistake. You know, while Mom was learning how to live and raise kids as a widow, we started learning about you. And while I was out learning how you work, how you bleed, how you die, how you come back, and how to find you again while you're still weak, he was burying his nose in propaganda, in bullshit. He was trying to find some campfire song that he could sing to make the world peaceful and make everyone love each other. And now he's gone too. Is he even still around, or is this just a game? It's awfully convenient that you show up without him with a note that says, "Oh, I'm fine, don't worry about me." Is he even alive, or should I just kill you right here?
If you want to kill me, take that chance. Doesn't really matter, I'll come back anyways. Edel was smart enough to know that. Clearly you didn't listen to your dad enough.
Do you know why he's doing all this? Do you know what he did with Cyrillin?
No, and I'm hoping you can enlighten me.
Fuck.
So what was the angle?
Why
Why did you get him involved?
I didn't get him involved, he got us involved. Edel comes home one day with an olive branch. He says that he found some people in Cyrillin who had some new project where they were trying to capture monsters. Put them in a pen like a zoo. I had my doubts. I could see that he was naive, optimistic, but I'm also not stupid. A caged animal is better than one that just respawns every time you kill it. So I agreed to give it a try. Took some of the guildies out west, talked to a bunch of Cyrillin inquisitors. They told us about the job. Gave us a big chunk of change to do some magic to keep Edel and their guys safe while Edel did the siphoning, or whatever the fuck it was. But we got there and the whole thing stinks. Edel barely seemed to understand what they were doing. You didn't lift a finger against him, and Cyril's guy wasn't just some guy, it was the fucking White Wolf. I don't know what they thought we were doing there, but that guy could protect himself just fine without us. So I thought at first maybe we were being played, or babysat, or something, but the longer this ritual went on, the more I realized that he was just as clueless as we were. He was itching to get out of there, like he was annoyed by the whole thing. So that makes me think this was all Edel's idea to begin with, but there's no way, right? Edel's fine, but he's soft. He's sure as fuck no politician. How he convinced the Queen of Cyrillin to drop a chest of gold on this little science project is beyond me. I was hoping that you could elucidate me. Sounds like you're as useless as everyone else.
Maybe not.
Kind of looks down at you, raises his brow.
I know you haven't given me anything that I didn't already kind of know. Got anything else?
I don't think I do. Eventually the wolf fucked off, and I was curious, so I left early to follow him and try to figure out what he was really getting up to. But he was already long gone. I left Cernjum behind to watch over everything, and that's all I heard. Last I heard, it was done. You were gone. You were trapped. And then you show up looking like this, without Edel. If he's really still alive, why don't you talk to him, huh? You two were so fucking close.
To be honest, I didn't even think he had it in him, so I figured that someone else was the mastermind, and he didn't seem to have a ton of information, or at least nothing that he was willing to part with at the time.
Well, maybe he's finally learned his lesson, that your kind can't be trusted.
Well, it's about time. Anyways, good luck with all of this.
Yeah, he kind of just crosses his arms and watches you walk off. What are you guys up to? Oh my god. Truly incredible. Holy shit.
Is Cernjum still around?
He has just walked off like a minute or two ago. If you wanted to chase him down, you probably could.
It's just minor little plot thing, but before he leaves, while Tex is talking to Jude, say, a quick question, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, what is it?
Y'all were sending the Ori to Octima for repair. Why Octima? Who there was going to fix it?
Ingua apparently has a mentor there who is good with this sort of thing. Ingua's great, but, you know, she's still learning like we all are. She had a name somewhere. Hang on, let me find it. He starts digging around in his pockets.
Perfect.
As I dig around in my notes.
Yeah.
Maps. People. Octima. Kite. View.
I hope we just like praise to us, guys. Like, please remind me what the name is.
Someone called Majutsukan?
One more time.
Yeah,
It's in the chat.
Majutsukan. My kite's not great. I think that's how it's Majutsukan? Majutsukan?
Last name?
Jutsukan.
That's all I got. I think that's the whole thing.
I will jot that note down.
What language is this in?
Is this in Skype?
Yes, this is in Skype.
I speak Skype. How fun.
If you speak Skype, you recognize pretty immediately that Majutsukan is not a name. It's not a proper noun. It means Magic House or Magic Academy or Magic Library or something to that tune.
Any chance it's something I've ever heard of before?
Quite possibly.
With academia lore?
Yeah, with academia lore, absolutely. Let's hear it, or let's see it. Oh my lord. Yeah. 34. You would be extremely aware that the Majutsukan is a large building in Kite that essentially serves as a magic academy and also kind of a magic store and also kind of a magic laboratory. It's where most of the magic gets done in the city of Kite. It's huge. It has an enormous library, a lot of very useful resources, a lot of study on arcane and occult magic. It's a very learned place. It's where a lot of very smart people go to learn magic in the nation of Octima.
Oh, terrific, wonderful. Okay, so knowing all that, when Jane hears that, her eyes probably kind of light up a little bit. She might have even. I was kind of hoping you'd say that. I've always wanted to visit there. Okay, thank you.
Right, of course.
When you say her eyes light up, do you mean like?
No, not robot like.
I know, I'm just-
Her eyes are always lit up a little bit, like a fucking replicant from Blade Runner, but
True.
just a happy little light.
Philo, absolutely correct on that call out.
I always wanted to go to the nerd store.
Eventually, Jude comes back around the corner. Kind of looks over. Yeah, what's
Can I
up?
squeeze in a quick insight check on him?
Yes, absolutely. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just kind of a general vibe check?
Kind of just general, partly vibe check, but mostly is being honest.
I see. I understand. Yeah, with a 25, you get a very solid read on him. He is frustrated and distrustful of you. You get the impression that he was playing all of his cards because he genuinely thought that you might have more information that he does. And it seems that he is slowly piecing together that Edel really might have been up to more than he realized. You get frustration. You get a lot of concern. Like, he's worried that Edel is gone. More than anything else, you see that he keeps glancing over to the northern window of that building that looks into the dining area. And he keeps, checking, Genevieve's still in there, and you can practically sense that if Genevieve was not watching, he would be acting very, very different right now. But you don't get the impression that he's being duplicitous. If anything, you almost get the sense that he is taking a big gamble by speaking openly with someone like you, because he has a vulnerability right now. He is very worried about Edel, and thinks that you might be the only person with more information.
Good to know.
But eventually he comes around the corner. He gives you guys a half-hearted tip of his hat, and then walks into the building.
I like to give him a half-hearted tip, you know what I mean?
What does that mean?
Anyway.
Well, now that Booker's out of the picture.
True, anything you do over here doesn't count, right?
That's right.
Oh, gross. Oh, boy. Incredible. Text follows not too long after around the corner. Text, you find all of this, except presumably maybe just one Foster.
I think that should happen. That's what the Straw Hat should do. Just
Cast mirror image.
cast mirror image, but only for Mirachi use.
Do we know if the daemon that attacked Genevieve was killed?
I can't think of any reason that you would know the answer to that question.
Okay. I couldn't remember if Jude had mentioned when we were talking about what had happened.
Oh, fair.
If somebody had shown up and killed it, or
there wasn't really any mention of it. At least not when you guys showed up. They didn't talk about the attack. They were mostly focused on cleaning up, it seemed.
Okay. Can I take a little sniff and see if I can get the daemon sent?
Sure, why not? Actually, I think this is completely reasonable because that's an ability that 2 of the other demons you've interacted with had. That seems like a thing that maybe you should be able to do. I'm into it. Give me perception.
Sure, he hasn't invested 3 feats about this yet.
True, so there's going to be a -6 penalty on all of these checks.
Well, I have invested at least my race into it because I have sent.
Yeah, shit, yeah. I'm into it.
Precise sent for 30 feet.
I dig it. The impression, boy, 30 is good. 30 is very good. You can definitely tell there were daemons around here, and I think on a 30, you can probably narrow it down to you don't smell any of their, blood, or to be a little gross for a moment, any of the other things that you would normally smell when a creature dies. It smells like a battle, but not a death.
I can't pick up on a direction that it might have gone though.
It seems like the attack probably happened near the front of the house. You can actually see with the 30 that there's lots of scuffles and footprints and combat. And then you would see like a couple of blood spatters across the front door and a little bit to the left of it. And then some indications that it probably flew off to the west.
Okay. It would have been flying thing.
Yes, definitely a lot of flying things. Most of the things that made it over the wall at first were flying things. It wasn't until later on that like the big ones broke the wall.
What time of day is it?
Still fairly early. You guys stayed up through the night. A lot of you are exhausted. You got down here at about 10:30, 11, if I remember correctly. Had a quick lunch and some coffee. Started talking. It's probably 2 p.m. by now.
Do we, yeah, I was going to say the same. I suppose we could get a little rest here, but I think probably the sooner we get after the people carrying the orrery, the better. Before it changes any more hands.
Alright, if you guys don't have any other business, we can get on our way.
I don't remember if I said this at the end of last session or not, but I will use my last scroll of disguise self, or whatever it's called, as we're just leaving.
Understood. Good to know.
You said this last time, but just out of curiosity, does Foster just look like a little person, like human Foster? When he does
He looks like human Foster, yeah. They look like human Foster.
How special.
Kind of like shoulderish length, black curly hair, darker skin, softer, kind of a little more androgynous features. Still short.
Does he like it? Does he like? Does he carry himself like with, I don't know, more confidence or poise or like?
If he could be throwing up the whole time, he would be, but no, he doesn't have a stomach anymore.
He doesn't have the stomach for it.
No, honestly, they probably look a little like. It seems a little odd that people aren't looking at them.
I'll stare.
It feels like a little like comfortable in a weird not, or I'm not used to this anymore kind of way, if that makes sense.
It does, yeah. I was wondering, is like, does he feel like more? Do they feel more in their own skin as their human version than as their skeleton version?
That's a little rude, but
more comfortable in their human version than in their skeleton version.
Yeah, you definitely. This is the first time they, well, at least since you know them and just meta, they've ever like had access to a way to make themselves look not like a skeleton. So it's just a little weird.
Intriguing. Okay.
They don't seem like uncomfortable, more just like they're used to being a little stared at and having to be behind people or have people go shopping for them or whatever.
Yeah. I like it.
It's also probably worth mentioning that if you intentionally are trying to disguise yourself to look vaguely like your old normal human self, that probably would like trigger a couple of innocuous memories, but memories of getting dressed in the morning and looking in the mirror, brushing your teeth, taking a shower. Kind of just like all of these refreshed images of what you looked like in the times that you looked into a mirror and saw the color of your eyes, or the one time that you let your hair grow out a little longer than normal and you thought you looked real silly. It probably does come back to you at least a little bit over the course of the next couple of hours. Just pieces of your day-to-day slice of life.
Self-care is really so much
Yeah.
easier than a skeleton.
True.
I don't have to water myself at least twice a day.
Alright. With that, it sounds like the plan is to get back on the road and head southeast towards the Sundial Steps to try to catch up with Ingwa to negotiate for the orrery. If that is the case, let me get a survival check from somebody.
Can I talk to the nerd first?
Yes, please do.
Hey, you want to go meet up with the author, right?
Yeah, I'd love to do that at some point.
All right, let's go.
Wait, really? We're going to Sierra?
Yeah, I'll take you.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Are they? Foster, what are you doing?
I mean, I can go with you guys. Might be kind of nice to get back up there sometime.
Yeah, I know you're from there. I just didn't know if you were ready for that. I know it's kind of rough.
They only have a day's head start, right?
Sounded like it. Maybe if we go quick, we'll find him? Wait, you don't think he's still here, do you?
No, I feel like if he was here, we would have known. He would have come back here to help his wife.
Oh, right, yeah. He did leave a note, like yesterday. Oh, wait. Yeah, if this is what you guys really want to do.
You've been looking for him for some time, right? It's probably the closest we've ever been.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, yeah. I guess I should just say yes, yeah.
They were traveling by land, right?
They...
I was thinking the floating islands, I think. Floating steps?
The sundial steps.
Sundial steps.
Prospero went the other way, right? He went up towards Sierra.
Yeah.
But if he went by land, he would have to go south anyways.
Do we know, Beck, if he went by land or sea or what he did?
I don't think he mentioned how he was getting over there. It seems reasonable to any of you who have done any travel whatsoever that he would not walk all the way around the mountains through Unma, through the Hiddlin, up to Sierra. It seems much more likely that he would just take a boat, probably to Avarice, and then cut through to Sierra.
I mean, he's a skeleton. He can just pull like a Pirates of the Caribbean and walk on the bottom of the ocean, right?
Yeah, I guess.
He's a ghost, isn't he? Like,
yeah, he's a skeleton.
Or is he a skeleton? Okay, skeleton.
He's a skelly boy.
Wow.
Some reason my brain thought he was a ghost.
If we get the orrery working, the windows working, we can use it to get to Pi or Bogworth. That'd be probably faster than trying to catch up with them the hard way. That's just my 2 cents. Y'all do what you want.
Don't we have to go to those places anyways to activate them?
Oh, right. Is that true, Feck?
That is true. Or at least somebody with some arcane training will need to be at the destination to reactivate it.
Interesting.
You
I know...
You could communicate, you could send messages maybe, see if anybody's already there, but...
Yeah. I obviously don't have any contacts in those places. Do I know if Landfall has any contacts in those places?
They might.
The conversations I've had with Bill at all about...
That's a good question. Give me a society check. I would also say you could give me an academia. Feels appropriate to know if you have, like, pen pals in these cities or anything like that.
Great. I'll do academia. It's a little better for me.
Nerd has pen pals.
Guys, I like books.
Hold on.
Almost certainly you've got at least a couple of people over in Pi. Pi is their birthplace of arcane magic. There's a lot of study that happens over there. Very good chance that you know somebody in Pi who might be able to, like, literally flip a switch for you. Bogmer. Oh, yep.
That says P.
No, Pi.
Okay.
P, we can go with P if you want. I don't give a shit.
No, actually, I don't.
Well, how? I'm not going to argue semantics with you. Mind. Is the city circular?
Yeah. You know what? I hadn't really thought of what Pi looks like yet, but I like to think that it's kind of like the circular... What is it? Is it Tamriel in Elder Scrolls? In Oblivion? What is that big circular city? I forget. No, Tamriel's what the whole world is called. Anyway, I like the idea of a big circular city with a spire at the middle, so that's it now. That's what Pi's like.
Yeah,
so it's like golden ratio.
Cyrodiil, that's the one. Thanks, Branch.
Is it going to take like a really talented arcanist on the other side to do this, or could we'll just like, do I feel like whoever I've got contact there is
Can like Betty
sufficient?
from accounting do it?
Not Betty from accounting, but a novice, a journeyman could probably do it. It was very difficult for you to do it in Sertune because the anchor, the origin point was offline. But if the origin,
right,
the hub is on, it should be as easy as like an apprentice mage can literally flip a switch. You have a contact in Pi. You probably don't have a contact in Bogmirth yourself, but with your academia check, you know that Ruko is from there and might, because he's also a caster, an occult caster from Bogmirth.
Sweet.
Do you have
probably...
a friend in Basat?
In Basal?
Basat?
Oh, Basatat?
There's no window there.
Yeah, there's no window there. I don't think that you would have any like arcane buddies over there either. There's not a ton of magic. I mean, there's not a ton of arcane magic that happens over there. Probably.
Unyo, any chance I've got someone in Unyo?
I was gonna say on a 28. I think it's probably reasonable that you would have somebody in Unyo, in Kite, not Bogmirth, yes Pi, not Razanrak. So yes in Pi, Unyo, and Kite.
It gives me the two that I really care about, which is Unyo and Pi.
Yeah.
If we can get the orrery back and get it fixed in Kite, get it back to landfall. Arlo's older brother lives in Pi, and he knows enough to get it working on the other end if I get this thing installed. Might even be able to reach out to some other students of Rita's.
Sounds like a pain, but better than getting on a boat, I guess.
Like I said, be able to do what you want, but it's probably safer and faster before it's all said and done to do it the magic way instead of hoofing it.
Speaking of which, Jane, when do you think we can make it to basketball?
What?
When do you think we can make it to basketball?
I'd love to go there. There's not a window there. There's not a.
No.
Can't teleport there, so we'd have to go there the old-fashioned way.
True. I would like very much for us to go there sooner rather than later. Maybe not right this moment. We have something on our plates, but perhaps after this.
She nods. That's what
Hopper does kind of mention, because he is overheard on the trip over. I know Captain Kaz, I think, was headed there at some point. He was looking for somebody over there.
I figured he might. He has a boat and all, and there's the ocean.
Yeah, I think I caught that, yeah.
Oh, thanks, you, Hopper.
Alright, so sundial steps for now. We all on the same page.
Aye.
Alright, then let me get
Hopper to make sure he's on board with that.
Oh, yeah, no, I've waited this long, I can wait a little longer. I've also never seen the sundial steps, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I've read a lot of stories about that and the Maju Katsun. I wrote it down, hold on.
Majutsukana.
Majutsukan. That was close.
God. Jane really is just that video. Alright. As you guys set out, back out through the farmland and into the tree line, and then eventually into the jungle proper.
I'm going to change back into my clothes.
Perfect, makes sense. Let me get a survival check from somebody. It starts out easy, and it'll get harder as you get deeper into the jungle.
Ordinarily, I would keep up detect magic as we're going, but I can't because of fatigue.
Oh, yeah, true. You guys are zonked.
What?
Fatigue.
Oh, yeah, we're all very sleepy.
Yeah, you guys did not sleep.
It makes it so
Warcraft really
you
just
can't
take
do
it
a
right out
second
of you.
activity while traveling.
Sure do.
Yeah,
Should we
cleaning
see?
up after your cat's war crimes, it's just so exhausting. Anyways, I'm back in full. Hello, everybody. I've been listening. and
Hello.
judging you.
Welcome.
Hello.
Also, Jane, you asked
Yes.
Hopper about his plans first before you even consider Ruko's plan. Okay,
Well,
I guess we're fine with his plan. No, I was kidding. It's fine.
no.
Hopper has a death wish. It's probably good we check in every now and then.
It's mostly just that I figured if Tex was trying to get Ruko or get Hopper to go a different way than the rest of us, that Ruko would probably accompany Tex. So I figured Hopper's the keep Hopper going our way, and then maybe Tex will too, and then maybe Ruko will too.
Mhm. Interesting. Yeah. All right.
But yeah, I mean, I guess we could sleep in Moresco. I know I'm pretty beat, but I feel like if we make a little headway onto the trail and then camp, we'll be all right.
No, I don't know. I think it's best to just stay in town because, one, it's safer. Two, we're exhausted. So if we get attacked by monsters in the middle of the night, and we're still exhausted, not good.
Yeah, I don't know anything about going through jungles, so I trust your judgment on that.
Why don't we just get some horses?
Ooh,
Horses are stupid in the woods.
That's the point.
What about some cameras?
They'll carry us part of the way, and then if we get attacked, then they're bait while we get away.
Sounds like expensive bait.
How much does the course cost?
Right. It's a horse. Could cost 5 silver.
What's a horse cost, Vex?
What a great question. Let me go find out.
The banana.
They're stupid. They haven't even developed thumbs yet.
You didn't have thumbs.
I have. He like flexes his claws. Flexes his little dew claw. A little
Actually, that's technically called a dew claw, and it's not the same as a thumb. It evolved separately.
Oh, thumb. Look at this. And he'll like move his adjustable thumb.
Gold per horse.
8 gold. That's so cheap.
Gold?
8
What
gold
kind of
half,
per horse.
half of the money to my name.
I have 146 gold. I have so much money.
Must be fucking nice.
What?
I guess B2 can buy us all horses.
Can I buy us a train that we can go across land?
I mean,
Trains are actually so expensive. Maybe just rather than throwing away money on expensive bait, we just rest here. Whoever the Witchers sent with the orrery was taking it to a magic academy, a library kind of place in Kite, so it's not going anywhere fast once it gets there, and really it presumably needs to get fixed by them before we take it home anyway, so I don't know if time is as much of an essence as we were thinking originally. I'd still rather move sooner than later, but I don't think a couple extra hours
I thought
before
time
bed
was
would
your
matter.
entire...
Yeah. In this instance, time might not be of the essence.
Alright, so staying here for the night?
That's my vote.
Just grabbing like a tavern somewhere?
I would say so, yeah. Just cheap room somewhere and a meal and
Yep.
some
We
rest.
go back to Buckstars or whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For sure.
The rooms.
Starbucks has rooms in this world? Let's go.
Hell yeah, they do. It's a tavern. Let's go.
Are they 4 times as expensive as a room should be?
Um,
Like their coffee?
No, but they're
And a little burnt.
hey, they're a little burnt. I get it, because of the war crimes. And because
No, it's
Starbucks
because
coffee
Starbucks-
is burnt. Yeah, they have rooms. They're reasonably priced. They're not particularly cheap or expensive. I think it's like probably a silver a night. That's what, $50 a night? That sounds right.
Does anyone want to share a room?
Absolutely not. Didn't mean it that way. Jane's kind of private. For obvious reasons.
All right, Jake.
Split a room if you
Yeah,
want.
I already know why you're alone. Right?
Right.
Say that again, Forster.
We can split if you want.
Okay.
I sleep like the dead, so.
Hey.
Never gets old.
Okay. Jane, 1 silver for a room. Baby Boy and Foster, a silver for your room. Ruko, a silver for your room. I assume Tex just stays with Ruko, most likely.
I assume cats don't have to buy their own room.
Right. Yeah, they will
And
probably
if
just treat
anybody
you as a
pays for
familiar.
stabling for me, I'm going to kill them.
That would be We'll see you,
Yeah,
Kennel.
back. What is this?
Perfect. The night goes pretty uneventfully. Foster, when your disguise wears off, it occurs to you that you're a skeleton now. Nobody is
Yes.
in your room, but I don't know if you have a plan for when morning comes. Does anybody do anything tonight before morning comes?
I've got
just like
something. Oh, sorry, go for it.
No, you're fine. Mine's just a little like conversation, so if yours is important, go for it.
Nothing crazy important. Since I don't need to sleep before my disguise wears out, is there just like a little park somewhere, maybe by a lake or something?
Probably. Let me go pull that map back up. Let's see. Moresco. Yeah, for sure. It would be kind of like right here in the central area. There's a church that has it's not quite a park, but it has a big grassy hill that looks down over the river. It's quiet, it's reserved. You could like probably chill here and nobody would come bother you.
Is there like a public park, even if it's not in an ideal location?
Um,
I want to find a park bench to just kind of sit on while I write out my disguise self.
Oh, I see. I understand. Yeah. The church is technically private property. Nobody would really care. But then there is also just a little bit of a parkish area up here to the north at this lighthouse, which is, you know, it's public property. It's part of the city.
Perfect.
And
Yeah, I'll just go. I'll chill up there.
Excellent. Let's see. And then Zeke had a hand raise.
Yeah. At some point during the evening after dinner, as we're just kind of winding down for the night, I'd like to try to find Ruko without Tex. Is there a time that the two are separated at some point?
Unless you're going out of your way to stay together, I think it's reasonable that you would find at least one moment where he's like grabbing a drink or going to the bathroom or something.
Okay, cool.
Why are you always talking to me while I'm shitting? Sorry. That's not happening.
Talking through the door.
Tex went outside to shit, and Jane raps on Ruko's door a little bit with her fingers. Says, "Hey, do you have a minute, real quick?"
You hear Russell in the room, and he'll come up and open the door. Hey.
Hey.
Yeah? What's up?
Well, two things. I hope you like tea. I brought you a tea. And she pans just like a cup of hot herbal tea over. It's probably like turmeric or something.
Ooh, his face lights up. He'll invite you in. Here, come on. Sit.
Comes in and finds a seat. Takes a sip of her own. So, what happened with Tex earlier? I wanted to ask you about. Sorry if I kind of snapped. I was just trying to keep the situation under control, but I think I might have made it worse.
No, it's reasonable. Wait, but which part exactly? He puts out his fingers. The war crimes one, or the sneaking away part, or the death of civilians and near death of our new companions at the wait, which part?
A little bit of all the above, I guess, but I was talking about when we were outside of Judica's house, and something was happening with him, something magic, and I tried to dispel it. I cast it at the highest level I could, and it didn't do anything. But you were able to dispel whatever was happening with him. How did you do that?
He's looking at his tea, thinking, and he like tilts his head like he's trying to unpuzzle the way you think.
Right. It's just
well,
if something like that happens again.
Right. Let's see. He was it was less arcane, I suppose. It was more well, jeez, I don't know how to explain this. He has different parts of himself, I think. The simple parts, the one he's used to, is to be aggressive and to kill and to just do as he pleases. There's another part that's new, I think. The reason why he turned back is part of that. What I did, I don't know. It just felt natural. To protect him, I guess. Calm him. Anchor him down to that part of himself that was holding him back from continuing the murder, the killing. Whatever it was. Put simply, I guess, the emotional part. The sympathetic magic side. Less arcane.
She looks a little like quizzical, intrigued. But it was like magic, right? I mean, you did some sort of spellcraft of some sort?
Not everything requires magic.
You're saying it was... You said it was the emotional component. You just... You calmed him, but it wasn't... It wasn't a spell? It wasn't some sort of spirit weaving? Or is that spirit weaving, I guess?
There's a bit of a mix. In Blemodil, there's... In fact, real quick, remind me, it's conjuration.
Yes, a lot of conjuration up in Blimidel. A lot of portals to the Fae, the Echo Fae, and a couple of other planes, but lots of conjuration and a little bit of enchantment.
So... Hold on. Brain.
You could see Jane, like, trying to figure out how to... Because, like, what you did was essentially just, like, show Tex patience and kindness, and she's like, okay, so what's the magic here?
Right. She can't comprehend that this solution was not a spell.
I would say nothing's ever binary. It's the Spirit Weavers and non-magically talented alike can use the same methods. In Blemodil, it's the... I don't know what you call the ley lines, the magical flow through this world. It's more conjuration, enchantment, and things get really, really fucking weird. Let me tell you. It's... emotional energies and sympathies. You can channel that into magic, or you can just get really good at contending with the world as it is without magic. In either case, you come to the same conclusion that it's... you just have to empathize, I guess. You figure out their sequences, their codes, their patterns, their tendencies, and feel it out, I guess, and you know how to be a good friend. It's how everything works, really. It's
She
nothing
processes.
arcane.
She sips on her tea a few times while she's listening to you, but... You really believe that, don't you? That empathy and friendship can accomplish as much as magic?
With its applications, sure. And if you're really good at it. But typically it gets you killed. He sighs and sips his drink.
She chuckles. You're clearly very good at it.
He looks at you then like, oh.
I'll try to remember that. I think maybe I would have been better off earlier just... You know Tex a lot better than I do, and you know how to contend with daemons a lot better than I do. I should have just let you do what you do. I'm still learning myself.
Don't worry, I mean, it was good to have you around, just in case. Who knows? Just like you're unfamiliar with what I do in magic, I'm less familiar with what you do. Maybe he has me by the throat and he's just, he's got his claws out and I'm gonna die, and somehow some arcane magic will just solve the problem. Who knows? And likewise, vice versa.
Yeah,
it's a good combination.
I think so too. Are you doing all right with everything today? I know you and Tex are close, and it's, I guess, I think it was hard for all of us seeing what we saw today. I'm sure you more than just about anybody.
He tilts his head and kind of looks away and laughs, but cynically to himself, like, right. I'm gonna need to sleep on it. There was a lot.
Yeah.
There's many reasons I feel like I should be more connected to him, but at the same time, he's so alien at times. He's not. He's a spirit. Monster, if you want to use that. I don't know. But if I can help, I'll try. I just need to sleep on it.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. It's been a long day. She stands up and kind of picks up her cup of tea. So I'll let you get to sleep. I didn't mean to just disturb you, but thank you for talking to me about all this.
And like right as you're about to leave, he's like, "Do you know anything about the Golden Fiends?"
Let me do a check on it.
Society, Arcana, or Occultism. I think Occultism would be your best bet, then Society, then Arcana, but I know that your skills are not lined up like that.
My Occultism is only a little bit worse than my Arcana, so I'll do Occultism.
Yeah, Occultism is probably your best angle here then. Definitely heard of them. That is a term that was used for the massive slew of daemons that came about as a result of the Golden Wars about 300 years ago. It was a massacre, it was a genocide, and that sort of thing causes real, actual ripples in the weave and through the sympathetic mesh of the planet. Hundreds or possibly even thousands of monsters were spawned as a result of that death and destruction. Over time, they ate each other and grew stronger and stronger and fewer, and the ones that survived and became the strongest were called the Golden Fiends, the monsters that are left over from that war.
Yeah, a little bit. I know that Textoris was one, is one. I know that after the Golden Wars, 300 or so years ago, that amount of suffering and anger and strong sympathy can create some really powerful creatures, and that's what was left when it all washed out.
He nods. He's glad you actually know about this, the detail. Yeah.
It's I don't understand daemons and sympathy and all that very well. I've learned about theory. I understand it in a book since. I haven't had much personal interaction with daemons and the like.
Yeah, well, perhaps it's the death of my ancestors that created him, that's why I feel connected. But we're in some deep shit. He'll finish his tea. I'm just, sometimes I'm glad he's a cat, sometimes I'm not. Most of the time I'm glad. But
She was almost out of the room, but she kind of turns and leans against the door frame. I've been wondering about that a lot today. If you asked me right now if it was a good idea to turn him back into what he was before, I would say absolutely not. I mean, this is what he's capable of as a cat with a wagon full of toys, essentially. I would hate to see what he would do. I would hate to see what vengeance looks like for him.
Me too. At the same time, though, we find ourselves in an opportune moment. The time we probably won't ever see again is... well, he's a cat. And he's one of the most dangerous, as far as I know. The Golden Fiends, one's built on resentment, rage, but, the violent tendencies. But now, we have a chance to connect with him, at least. And perhaps we can build that part of him that can overcome the others. You can become a more powerful ally instead of just aimless rage. It's all wishful thinking, and I'm tired, but
before
that's what I'm thinking.
Before today, and before this last week I've spent traveling with you, I probably would have thought that all sounded like mumbo jumbo, and no, I'm not so sure. I mean, I saw what you did today with kindness and empathy. I mean, what was happening to Tex was real magic, dangerous, powerful magic that I couldn't do anything about, and who knows, maybe you're right.
That's the thing with sympathetic magic is behind the rage and the immediacy and the violence, the emotions that spark immediate action and danger there's an underlying cause, one that stays constant and steady. And in that moment he needed stability. I could see it, and that's what worked, I guess. There's knowledge in that. And for the record, he sits up straighter and he pushes his glasses back. You put your Arcana pajamas on and you'll be all happy and fine. Huh?
How'd you know about my Arcana pajamas?
It's written all over your face.
She smiles a little bit wry, but let's get some sleep before we accidentally make any more puns like that.
True, that was actually pretty bad. I think I'll grin myself to sleep.
She'll walk out this door and kind of close it behind her, say, "Good night, Ruko."
Good night.
As all of that is going on, baby boy, what are you up to?
Yeah, I assume at some point Foster returns to the room.
Presumably, Foster, you tell me, what do you do after the squirrel riding in the park?
I come sprinting in and close the door, and as soon as it starts latching, the disguise self fades away.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Why is this so funny to me?
This is
This regular dude, like, in both hands, pushing back his back on the door. He's just dead. Like, suddenly dead.
So here's what you come back to. All of the pillows and blankets have been made into a giant pile in the middle of the bed.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You see his suit's up, like hung up, but he's like clearly like brushing it out and like taking care of it. He's probably just like, yeah, he's still wearing the clothes from the day. Oh, that was like good timing.
I didn't know if I was going to make it. What's going on in here?
Oh, I'm just doing the evening routine, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Do you need help from anything? Or with anything?
Well, maybe. I always have a hard time getting the middle of my back. I mean, I can, but it's just, you like, obviously past the back of his back with his tails. He's like, I should probably start with my teeth first. And he, like, pulls out this, strange little obsidian box. It's like about 16 inches by 12, and it's like 2 or 3 inches deep. Has like weird Illith markings on it. He like cracks open the lid, and I'm not sure what you were expecting to be in here, but there's a lot of like weird looking eggs inside of it. And he grabs one of them and just like pops it into its mouth. It looks like a cluster of tiny eggs.
So what's going on in here?
He like points to his mouth, and he like kind of shrugs, and then Mayor tucks up. He probably should have explained before he put it in his mouth. He's taking care of his teeth. He can't talk for another few minutes.
I see. It's nice to officially meet you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I've actually talked to you yet.
No Mr. needed, just Mayor. And it's a pleasure to meet you as well, Foster.
Did you eat a star the other day?
Oh, you mean in the morning?
Yeah.
No, well, no. The other day I just ate the light that came off that star a long time ago. Well, me, a long time ago.
So you are this star? Are you the universe?
No, I'm nothing so vast.
That was... What are you?
Like, just stares at you for a little bit, and then stares at Baby Boy. And at this point, Baby Boy, like, sticks out his tongue, and there's just, like, another mass of little eggs on his tongue. He pulls it out and puts it in the box, and his teeth look nice and shiny and very clean. And then again, how much you could truly understand? How much do you know of the stars?
Well, I know that they definitely tell the future. Back in my day, we believed that they were basically just lesser gods, really. What did we believe about the stars back then? Did we know what stars were?
What a great question. You absolutely would have. Astronomy is very old. I guess give me a society or religion or arcana, like any magic check or society.
Could occultism work?
Sure. Nature would also work. You can basically hit this with any knowledge check, and I'll give you something along those lines.
Okay, I wasn't sure exactly how far back I was if stars were a foreign concept.
Oh no, absolutely not. With a nature check, absolutely. In fact, Cyrillin was a pretty well-educated place. You were a gardener in a noble house. You would have been around people who were educated, even if you were not educated yourself. You would know that the stars are celestial bodies that work very much like the suns. Many people theorize they were the suns. They move in specific patterns. They can be used to navigate and to tell time. There were also a lot of religious beliefs associated with it, especially because Hel and Zion, the two suns of this planet, are stars and are also gods. People worship the stars and therefore they became gods. That's just kind of how gods come to be. If people revere them enough, they become gods. With a 25 nature, I think you would probably also be very well aware that there are a specific set of 12 gods that are made up of constellations or stars. So yeah, you would be aware that they are both real, physical, tangible things out there in the universe, in space, but they do have big spiritual energy and are very closely associated with gods and divinity.
I know a decent bit. I know there's celestial bodies, but they've got a spiritual energy to them, a certain power.
Not correct. And unfortunately, where I am, it's void of life. So I cherish being here. Innocence.
That's the library?
No. He looks up at this. He looks up at the sky. Quite far away. This is just a representation of myself. I couldn't fit it. I'm too big to fit on this city.
Boy,
It's best, perhaps, not to try to wrap your head around it.
I don't think I could, even if I tried, so... do you play cards?
I'm quite good. I always have to... Yeah, side eyes at Baby Boy. Play by different rules, so that I don't win.
That sounds accurate. Is this where you're sleeping? This fort?
Yes, we snuggled in there. Sorry, I had to take my finger off before I started laughing.
It's so matter of fact.
I see.
It's comfortable for Baby Boy.
I've had a lot of weird experiences so far. I think this might top most of them. So, I'll turn to Baby Boy.
At this point, he's pulled out like tiny little slugs from the box and is like just putting them on his fur, and they're like cleaning him.
So you eat eggs to clean your teeth and then take a slug bath and then snuggle up in your pillow fort with the universe?
Oh, but technically I didn't eat the eggs. I just put the eggs in my mouth. The bugs came out, they cleaned my teeth, they turned back, they made more eggs, and I spit them out.
Oh, is that what happened?
Why? Hygiene's very important.
And they say cleanliness is next to universe in a glass jarness.
He like cracks a smile.
Sure do.
That's the long and the short of it, I guess.
You know, I didn't really think this through. I don't know how I'm going to get out of the city tomorrow.
You need to breathe.
Sorry, say that again?
You need to breathe.
No.
I'll just put you in my bag of holding and we'll walk out the city. Or my bag of carrying things. I don't know what it's called. It's fun.
We can call it bag of holding. It doesn't matter.
Spacious pouch. I don't know. I only have a type 1. I don't know if it'll fit in there, actually.
I think it does. I seem to recall that it's something like 10 bulk and a medium creature is like 4.
Does that count everything I'm holding, including my spacious pouch?
Oh, no.
Or are we going to create an anomaly?
We just won't put your pouch inside
Right.
my pouch.
Somebody else will have to hold it.
I guess that could work then.
Alright. Let's play the Headless Man. You know, like pull out a deck of cards and start killing out. Let's play in the ruse.
Alright. I'll lean over to the orb laying on the ground next to me. Is this one that he cheats at?
He cheats at all of them.
Got it.
But it's because... You'll see. You'll want to cheat too. I guess it's more of a handicap. I can
Alright, deal me in then.
The last thing that happens before they go to bed is Baby Boy will turn into his little feral form, pick up mare in his mouth, and do that, like, you know that thing that foxes do when they like are hunting stuff under snow? He'll do that, jump up into the top of the pillows, and then just like wiggle his way inside of them.
I love that.
The little burrow. And then at some point in the middle of the night, like, he obviously falls asleep and he turns from his back and you just see the mask grow.
Wonderful. You guys are able to settle in. Also, fun fact, in PF2 there is no weird consequence for putting a bag of holding in a bag of holding.
Wild.
Yeah. I think you can
Find
just
abuse
infinitely
this.
change it, or chain it, yeah. To be fair, that feels less abusable than making a bag of holding bomb, which is what everyone
True.
eventually ends up doing. Zeke, you've got a hand raised. What's up?
Sorry, last thing. I know I never spent a lot of time. Whenever I go back to my room before I go to sleep, I want to get my legally distinct spacious pouch out
Oh, damn, I was hoping you wouldn't.
and get young Drifter out.
Wonderful. You do find that Drifter... Hello.
I want to know, for the record, does he say hello or howdy?
He says, he says howdy. It comes out like, howdy. Just kind of like a... He seems low energy. There's no better way to put it. He seems like he is a little faded.
Howdy. Drift, are you okay?
I am well, but I can detect I could use energy.
Okay, that's good to know. I apologize. I was wanting to take you out when your recharge day happened, but some things got in the way of that.
It's quite alright. I don't want to harm anyone. And I know that being in the bag was helpful towards that end.
Can I think I know what's happening here, but I could do a check just to verify it. What's going on with him?
Sure, you can give me an Arcana check.
I assume he is just Mr. Recharge.
Yeah, it seems extremely reasonable that he just missed a recharge. With a 20, hard to say exactly why, but there are plenty of theories. You didn't have a dream yet, he was in another dimension, he was in a bag of holding, there's lots of possible reasons. The outcome is the same, he is not recharged, and so he's running low on energy.
Right. Yeah, apologize. I told you before we left on this that I would make sure to take you out when that night happened, and I already betrayed your trust there, so I'm sorry. I'll make sure you're out for the next one. If you don't mind, maybe just stay out here in my room with me tonight instead of in the bag, and we'll see if that does anything, if that helps at all.
Certainly, if you believe it would help.
I, in truth, don't know, but I think it's good to get that information, see if it helps or not, and then we know.
I agree. It is good to learn. We can avoid mistakes in the future. Fallibility is a fixable problem.
Yeah. I'm gonna get some sleep. Just if you feel the need to leave this room, just tell me, please, before you do so.
I understand.
Good night, Drifter.
Good night. Or, what's a Texan way to say good night?
At least just good night.
So long, partner.
So long, partner.
So long, partner.
That's what you say before you shoot someone.
Right.
Oh, true.
Happy trails, partner.
Happy trails, partner.
Fuck you, partner.
As that is going on, Trey, what's Tex up to?
Tex goes to sleep, and I think he has a dream.
That seems reasonable. I don't think there needs to be a check for this one. Yep.
Yeah. The dream is very similar to the first dream that he had about Edel when we were playing. It's just Edel talking to him and asks the same thing they asked first time, which is just, why did you kill him?
Oh, I see.
Because, same thing that Judica asked. But this time, Tex responds with, how many times have you asked me that without ever saying what you really wanted to?
I think Edel kind of looks down inwardly. I don't know what I want, and perhaps that's why I have not told you. I just know that being here feels better than not being here.
What a bottom.
I think at some point, kind of in the middle of the night, Tex wakes up from this and looks over at Ruko. Kind of crawls up next to him onto the bed, and then claws kind of come out and raises it right over Ruko's throat. Sorry, kid. Can't take this chance again. And he just sits there for a couple hesitant moments. At some point, either Ruko shifts in his sleep or there's a loud noise or something that shakes him out of this, and then he
shifts a bit. His eyes open just a little bit. He's still dead ass asleep, but he smiles a little. And just lay a tired hand on you.
And Tex thinks about Ruko kind of holding him earlier today and just staying there, and pops off and goes and curls up in a corner again.
I love it. And true, this is just how every cat operates every night with everyone who owns them.
Ready to snuff you out at any moment.
At any moment, every night they consider your demise. Eventually, Tex is able to get back to sleep, and restless dreams for most of the rest of the night, I'm sure. But
yeah,
there is one other person who has restless dreams. Today is Jib's Day, Tuesday, going into Walks Day, Wednesday. One night after the dreams normally come, Jane, eventually the weight of everything that has happened over the past, 36 hours finally catches up. You pass out earlier than normal. And it's almost shocking how quickly it happens. The moment you slip out of consciousness and fall asleep, you are barraged with the dream of Rita. Being flayed, being tortured in tremendous pain, and writing out over and over in blood. The painting is fake. I think they know. You wake up, and when you look over quickly, you see that Drifter is whirring with energy. There's light that glows around his chassis. And when it ends, he kind of settles back down, and he looks to you. Is everything quite all right?
Really quick, sorry. While the dream was still going, can I do an insight check on Rita, or I don't know if it's an insight check, or some sort of check on Rita, like, does she seem less coherent or like with it now than she did the first time I had this dream? Is her condition deteriorating from dream to dream?
What a great question. This feels like insight or investigation, and in this system, they're both perception anyway, so give me a perception check.
Perfect. I'm going to do the investigation style because
I
get a penalty to insight.
True. Completely reasonable. Let's see. Okay, 21 in investigation. What would you know? You would be able to see... Oh, man. Let's see.
Hold on before you answer.
Yep.
Let me just check something really quick. I might have a thing I can do about this. Actually, no. This is me in a dream reading. I can't use features right now. Disregard.
On a 21, she appears more or less the same, at least at the start of this dream, before everything goes to hell. I don't think you notice any, significant difference from start point to start point. I will make a note now that with this 21, that you are, actively ready for each of these dreams to make quick comparisons, to see if things are out of place, if things have changed. On a 21, I don't think that you notice anything right away just working from memory. But now that you are, actively pursuing this plan, I will give you bonuses to future checks.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because I'm operating under a theory that, Rita's communications are going to get less and less coherent and sensible because the more time goes on, because she switched from her, Bill was right message to this, kind of jumbled up painting message. So
Right.
And I tried this in the very first stream, but just for the sake of saying that I tried it again, I attempt to call out to her to get her attention to see if I can communicate with her. I assume I cannot.
Understood. And yeah, you get absolutely no response whatsoever.
Okay.
Let me double check a thing before I say that for certain. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, yes, absolutely no response.
Okay.
But eventually, what you got?
Yes, I was just going to jump back to the present moment. And was that was his accent different just now, or was that just silliness?
That was just silliness. He's talking a little faster than normal. He seems energized, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. He seems to no longer be sluggish. He seems recharged. You can see that there's a whirring mechanism that is spinning up inside of him, like an old computer kind of booting up. It seems that he is being revitalized.
Okay. I think I know the answer to this because he basically just said it, but just make sure that this is not anything new. It's what's expected. Well, I guess I don't know.
Hard to tell.
Hey.
Howdy.
You sound like you're feeling a little better?
Yes, I feel much better.
Good. I almost hesitate to even ask. Do you have anybody on your mind? It's just the last couple times this happened, you really wanted to find Fetch and Sketch. But do you have that urge right now?
It is unusual that you would ask. I don't. In fact, more than anything, I'm happy to see that you're resting well. I did have thoughts like those last night in the bag.
In the bag last night, you were thinking about Fetch and Sketch?
Yes. I don't fully understand why I think of the things that I think of when I think of them, but I did think of them momentarily.
sorry if I meta question, because I've been watching their sessions, but not keeping track of dates.
Right.
They had their dream on their normal night?
On the normal night, yep.
Okay, cool. I know Jane doesn't know that, but just for my notes.
For sure.
Okay. She gets her paper out and starts taking notes, writing down dates. And it was still both of them this time, right? Sketch and Fetch.
Yes. I worry about them both.
I understand. I think we learned something tonight. I'm glad we did this.
Did we?
Well, I at least learned little pieces of something that might turn into something. So far, this is the first time this has happened on any night other than Jib's Day. If I got that right.
Normally happens on Im's Day going into Jib's Day. Just happened today on Jib's Day going into Walk Day.
Got it.
Oh,
Yep.
why would you rename all the days? Okay.
I know.
I support it.
We can just say Monday, Tuesday if you want.
Absolutely not. Every other time so far this has happened, she's like flipping through the pages of her book, has happened on a Im's Day going into Jib's Day. Tonight's Jib's Day going into Walk's Day. So, and I don't suppose it's a coincidence that happened the first time that you were on a separate plane of existence on the Im's Day night.
That seems very plausible.
I am interested in why Fetch and Sketch were still on your mind while you were in there. If being an extra dimension completely separated you from my dreams, why not theirs? But
That is strange.
every piece of information I get gives me 2 more questions, but still, information is good.
Information is good. Can you give me an Arcana check and also just a flat D20?
With great pleasure. Hey, this was, I hope that was the important one.
Interesting.
Depending on what that Arcana check is for, I don't know if you can tell me, but I would well, that's already 10. I don't want to spend a hero point and get a worse roll, so never mind.
Oh, I don't know if you saw over in the Telegram chat. We are just going to house rule that it works like 5e inspiration. You take the better. I think that is the thing that everybody kind of wants to make happen, so we're just going to make it happen. We're going to do it.
That's frighteningly delicious. So yeah, I don't even have to know what it's for. I'm going to spend a hero point on this Arcana roll.
Understood.
Important.
Yep, let's see it. The first thing on your natural 20 is Drifter says, yes, somebody once said big things are made of little pieces. I think I remember that. Somebody. And they kind of like look down a little ponderous. Anyway, that feels important.
Have I, by chance, ever heard this quote? Is this like a line from a writer that I would know by chance? Or?
You know what? Give me a Trains lore check. And I know that
Hell
meta.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
I know that meta. I've just answered the question, but let's see if Jane knows it.
Is it that fucking
Sure.
German? Okay.
Yep, that's in the like little foreword is a quote from the Dr. Marlon Vinsky.
Marlon Vinsky, thank you.
Big things are made of little pieces.
It's key information, though.
It is key information. With your Arcana check of a 23, let me go read the DC for this.
I think that's the first actual Trains check I've made this
I think
campaign.
it might be, yeah.
Or maybe that, I did Trains lore the first time for Marlon Vinsky, too, so it's the second one.
3, DC 18. Wonderful. On a 23, as you're kind of just sitting here trying to ponder out with Drifter why the recharge happened tonight and not last night, why he still thought about Fetch and Sketch last night instead of tonight, it occurs to you that the Dream Message spell, an arcane spell that you know Rita had, sends a one-way message through a dream, and if the person receiving the dream is awake when the spell is cast, it waits until they fall asleep to deliver the message.
Interesting. So, like in theory, if she had cast the spell at me, because I was not asleep last night. It just got to me the next time I slept.
Yep, very reasonable assumption.
But that doesn't totally explain why it's been happening every week on M's
She
Day, or
might not have the mana for it until then.
well, yes, potentially. It also doesn't explain what Drifter has to do with it, or why he got like energized from it happening to me. Like, I don't know why he would be getting power from me receiving a dream message spell. And it also doesn't explain why he still like worries about fetch and sketch, because I know Rita's not messaging fetch and sketch. But still, very interesting, very intriguing.
Yeah.
Jane makes a note of that in her book.
Wonderful. You scratch down all of these notes and theories in your book. Eventually, you're able to fall back asleep. Some time passes, and morning comes. You guys are all able to wake up on the 27th. It is almost the end of May for Lyra. What is the plan? You guys just set right out? Are you stuffing Foster into a bag of holding? What's the plan?
Yeah, that's the plan.
All right.
Do you want to be on your own?
I could take them out of the city one bone at a time.
I could probably just like walk out of here, maybe. And you can put me in the bag of holding.
Oh, I'll carry you.
We made it into fucking city that I named. We made it into Famador just fine with me just saying you were
Oh, that's also true.
a creation.
But this was just attacked last night, no?
That's true. The situation here is a lot more tense.
Damon's not undead.
I wouldn't suspect that the mothers and fathers of all the dead children are going to make that distinction. She shoots a glare attacks.
Oh, please. Only like 3 people died. Those Damons were useless.
Oh, it was quite.
Didn't even get the people that I wanted.
How did you do it?
Sorry, what?
I said, how did you do it? I must admit, I'm quite impressed. It's a matter of hours, and all of a sudden...
I just pointed out a incredible flaw in their defensive network.
Oh, sure, but how?
I walked into their building, which was guarded by a whole 3 people, 2 of whom were guarding 1 door, even though there are, 8 entrances to that building. And then I took a piece out of it, and the whole thing shut off.
Oh, I see.
You would think that they would have gotten a second one by now.
Something like that's not cheap.
I still don't understand how money works here.
They're
I've come across it so easily.
They're currently the most acclaimed monster hunting guild in the area.
And even they could only afford one. Just goes to show how expensive it is, I guess.
I want to wake up and do my weird voodoo witchcraft.
Oh, yeah, you got that thing.
You help.
For sure. I think you should have a button for it on your sheet. Let's see.
I do, but I read it, and there's a lot of complexity.
So if you just click that button, if you click the blue part, I think it should automatically roll it out and tell you what happens.
Speaking of weird voodoo shit, I'll do this.
Whoa. Lazy siphoning. What a weirdo.
Fucking weirdo. Are we still in necromancy here, Feck?
Let me double check. Let's see. Moresco. Map. Player knowledge and notes. Maps. Leyline.
I'm guessing this is one or the other.
No, you get both of those every morning. So you have Dire Fate on will saves, and you have Spirit Reading for Sanctuary. Let's see. Moresco is in necromancy territory. Yep.
Okay, cool.
How'd you know which ones I got?
So it shows Fortune Telling 5, which means you have the 5th one on that list there. Avoid Dire Fate will save.
Those rolled. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it.
And then, and then Spirit Reading 1, not 5, sorry, so you get Phantom Pain. And actually, you should be able to drag those gray boxes onto your token, and it'll make a reminder effect that you can have for the whole day.
Cool.
So Jane,
So fucking rad. Sorry, go ahead.
So Jane, you're in the specific ley line, the specific type of magic. Does that mean that type of magic is more powerful?
Yeah, so I guess to flavor this a little bit, when Jane's getting her spellbook out over breakfast in the morning and preparing her spells and stuff, she does like spend a little time with her, I guess a little like a tuning fork of some sort, picking up on just like the local lay. In fact, do I know that to be true?
You actually know it to be false. You would understand that the energy is more abundant, but it doesn't increase the power of those spells. It just makes them easier to cast.
No, not necessarily.
When you say easier to cast, what do you mean?
Takes less mana. The mana is easier to pull from the weave and from around you, and you don't have to exert as much of your own energy to do it.
Yeah, it's not that it's more powerful. It's more accessible. Is probably the way to think of it. It's what I'm doing right now. Actually, is just pulling a little bit of it out to use later. Yeah, it's easier to get to. It's a little hard to explain in simple terms, but
I mean, simple enough.
yeah, it's we're kind of at the border between a few different ley lines here, but closest association to necromancy. So,
Oh, I assume that's why Umar is there. Or not Umar. Devis del Morte. I'm getting a close one.
tell them where it's up.
Getting further away.
Yeah, drifting farther.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what? I'm just drifting in. I'm in the same area, though. You know.
So, in fact, just to place this in gameplay terms, is it true then that if I like cast a necromancy spell while in a necromancy area, does it truly like cost me less, or is that just like world flavor and not actually gameplay?
It's a little bit of both. The gameplay equivalent is that if you take the ley siphoning skill and you know how to do that, then you get to cast this one spell for free every day.
Okay, makes sense.
Yep.
Gotcha.
I just want to make sure I wasn't missing a major thread here where I could be like spending less spell slots by casting the right schools of spells.
It is worth mentioning, if you were standing like at an extreme hotspot for necromantic energy, you might literally be able to cast certain necromantic spells for free. But it's not like the whole region is like that. You would need to find a ley line in an intersection.
Right, makes sense.
Yep.
Now, where is the chronomancy intersection?
What a great question. You would just know that chronomancy is associated with divination and a little bit of conjuration, but mostly divination. Players, maps, Arcana, I forget. I think it is up to the northwest, but let me see.
Can you recognize?
Yeah, northwest. A little bit of Searland, but especially over in like Hat Helmek, Gorchiga, Hellsmith, kind of over in western Wildlands.
Fuck them seer little bastards.
I assume that's why that one city is so important, is because it's right in the middle.
Oh, yeah. Pi.
That's... No, he's talking about like Eden, right?
No, yeah.
Oh, yes, for sure. Yeah, so all of these colors are different ley lines of mana being drawn up from the other side of the world, and they all meet here, go over to Mount Avalon, and then shoot back up into the atmosphere.
That's where all the ley lines meet. It's the most powerful side of magic in the world. Some people, just a few decades ago, a little bit before I was born, made a god. I'm sure you've heard about that.
Have I heard about that?
Boy, maybe. Give me society or occultism or religion.
I'll give you occultism, and I have pocket library.
Love it.
So what does that do? Give me like a +1?
I think it was a +1 or maybe a +2. We'll see what you roll.
That's a +1.
A survival check. I'm going to assume that some of this conversation happens on the road. 23, yeah, absolutely. You have, you probably would have heard either in your research out here right now, or maybe even back at the library, that there was an ascension that happened on Dust about 30 or 40 years ago.
I do get to the exact page of a book that answers this question.
Oh, perfect, wonderful. Then yeah, I think it was like 38 years ago, a new god called Ra was ascended. Ra, the god of monsters, the god of the godless. It was a big historical event, and also led to all of the monsters over here in Eden. It's the reason that this place is in a hellish war zone now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just sense the ley lines, or do you only know what they are because someone else has done all the work and has put it down somewhere?
I think because of the feat that I've taken, correct me if I'm wrong, in fact, it's sense isn't the right word. I just have the right tools. And she gets out like some calculus homework and a tuning fork and some other stuff.
Yeah, little above. For an Arcanist, it would almost certainly be like you pull out some tools and they tell you what the current ley line is. If you were like a Primalist, you could probably literally feel it.
Yeah, I can't sense it. Some people can. Some people attune themselves to the world in that way. I just practice, do the paperwork.
Could you perhaps see what ley lines exist around there?
I can try. I don't know if ley lines are like a part of the planet. I don't know if Mayor would have his own. I mean, I guess.
Neither do I.
I'd certainly love to find out. Is that all right? She looks at Mayor.
Oh, yes. I'm quite curious. I quite enjoy an experiment.
Okay, you can talk today. That's good. Yeah, I guess I'll see if I can suss out what sort of ley lines or magic school or whatever is most associated with Mayor.
Could she, like, I don't know, what I'm asking is, like, if she can see, like, into the sphere and see, like, what ley lines exist within the realm.
I see. I'm into it. I like it. Give me an Arcana check. This is... Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it.
Oh, so close to it.
Thank Christ.
Can I give her my hero point?
I'll say that because this is about Mary, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, that's a lot better.
That's a lot better. On a 28, the strongest magical energies that you were able to read off of Mare. First of all, I should clarify, it is about as much as you would expect to get from, like, a familiar or a conjured demon or any other, like, magically summoned creature. You get that vibe almost immediately. The sense here is that this is a conjuration. This is something that has been summoned from somewhere else. And because of that, the overwhelming sense that you get is conjuration magic. But there is a small element of divination and a slightly bigger element of necromancy.
Okay.
So mostly conjuration, then a little necromancy, and then less divination.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
So I'll share all that. It's I can kind of tell what schools of magic are associated with them, but it's not like I can. If the thing that is inside of you, she says to Mare, looking at the black hole in there.
Yeah, that's me.
Is okay. Lot to unpack there. All day. If you are a world like our world that has ley lines like our world does, my tools are not able to figure out exactly what your layout of your ley lines is. I just think I'm just getting the magic associated with your this form, I guess.
Mayor trying to get laid.
Hey.
Oh, necromancy makes sense.
Does it?
Do you know what I am?
I have no idea. You look like a... Well, I guess, do I even know what a... Do my stars check, I guess.
You can do a stars check.
Do you know what a black hole is?
I'll tell you,
Right.
Knowing what a black hole is going to be difficult. We're close to that point in technological development. There are probably a couple of people who are like vaguely... They're noticing oddities in mathematical equations, but nobody has outright said, "Oh, there are black holes yet." With that said, divination also exists in this world, so you can still give me a check. It's just going to be very hard.
What's the check? I got academia, I got arcana.
I do think that academia is probably your best bet here. It's not something that you would normally learn by studying magic. This is something that maybe would be revealed by some nerds. No, Jane does not know what a black hole is.
Okay, you look like a star, kind of, but not quite.
Before I say anything,
Yes.
do I know if the idea of black holes is something that normal people can comprehend?
I see what you're asking.
I don't want to be like black hole, and then Jane's like,
yeah, of course.
Turns into a
Yeah, for sure.
Techno.
It's not like eldritch knowledge, no. It is unknown to these people, but it is not eldritch knowledge.
I was once a star. And eventually, I collapsed. Now I just devour all that's around me.
Okay.
Oh, Mayor, you're so much more than that.
He lets out like a deep rumbling laugh.
He just,
Classic
texted her
Foster.
for real.
Okay, but so you were a star. You're now a collapsed star that consumes everything around you. But how are you here? And what does that have to do with necromancy?
Well, I assume the whole black star, collapsing in death and rebirth would be necromancy, but perhaps I'm wrong.
And so this is what I guess that explains the conjuration. This is an image of you, or your consciousness, or something.
Something like that. And we don't really know how or why I'm here. We've never been able to figure that out.
Interesting. Do I believe Mayor?
Give me a perception check.
I've got to stop calling for insight checks on this character that has such garbage insight.
You've done this to yourself. That is me with every character I make that's bad at deception. I just can't not lie. I can only lie. It's all I know how to do. You get... Boy. You get the impression that there's no, deception going on, although maybe there is a little bit of, lofty dismissal, I guess might be the best way to put it, or even, a sense of just, Mayor could sit here for 2 hours and try to explain everything that they know, but the ultimate result is he doesn't really know.
Right. Alright. This is, one of the most interesting things I've ever heard in my life, and I'd like to talk about it as much as you're willing to talk about it, please.
Is there anything that you'd like to know?
Yeah, what is, you're a star. You were a star.
Once.
Stars are conscious then? Or do you know if other stars are conscious? Where do I even begin here?
Just real quick for free. Jane would know the two suns that orbit that this planet orbits are conscious gods. It is Hel and Zion, the two most famous gods in this world.
Right, okay. So your consciousness, do you derive it from beings that worship you? Do you get power in that way?
I remember very little from before. But as of now, there are no living beings to worship me. Perhaps there were. I remember various lives. Give me a second, I'm going to pull up a piece of paper that has information on it.
Yeah, go for it. Time is passing. We're doing a little travel montage. There's probably been a day of downtime and then a night camping in the jungle.
If you could just give me your whole life story.
Say what?
I'll help look for berries.
I'm hanging out with Foster.
I detect magical berries.
Yeah, so you're keeping Detect Magic up. Foster and Survival are kind of working together to navigate, and looking for berries can be part of that survival check.
Yeah, why not?
Ruko is also looking for berries.
I'm doing useful things, I think, too.
You're doing useful things. Give me also a survival check or a nature check, Ruko.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Sorry, everything's loading. Ah!
You're good. Well, the, sundown pink effect does not work on this map because I've not set lighting up for it. Let's just skip over that.
Why not? Here we go.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, the next, 2 days of travel... In fact, let me just kind of move us along, and these conversations can all happen along the way. First couple of days go very eventfully. You're able to forage pretty well. You're able to find some nice berries and also probably a little bit of game and some vegetables that are safe to eat along the way if you'd like. There are a couple of times where you hear monsters in the distance, but you roll high enough on survival that you're able to stick to places where you can hide easily. There are no major encounters as you continue on your way. And on about halfway through the third day is when you know you're getting pretty close to the basin of the Sundial Steps. However, continue this conversation. I know there's still things happening.
I really only remember 3 things. 3 different lives. One time, I was a famous pirate. Green skin, 4 eyes. I died violently fighting a sea monster in a bright orange ocean.
Wait, you the collapsed star, were a pirate?
I don't know. Another time, I was a devout priestess with tentacle arms. I was burned at the stake after a religious inquisition, as I was found guilty of heresy.
These are memories that you have?
Yes, they came to me suddenly. The final one, I was a very large cow, 2 heads. Otherwise, it was pretty uneventful.
These memories came to you when you came here, or you had them before coming here?
Before I came here, I was sleeping. It was
So
fuzzy.
you don't remember coming here?
I remember bits of it. Flying through space. Blinking. You know, when you're tired and you're shuffling to bed, you blink and maybe blink a little too long and forget where you are, how much time has passed.
Sure.
It was like that, but every time I opened my eyes, I was light years. Till I fell from the sky.
And you don't know how or why you came here? It just happens, as far as you know?
I heard baby boy reaching out to me. Could feel him.
Oh, sympathy. Jane doesn't actually whisper. I suspect it was a sympathetic bond. Does that seem reasonable to me, in fact?
Seems pretty reasonable, yeah.
I mean, I'm not an expert on sympathetic magic, but you forge a connection with someone. If you avoid the magnitude of you, certainly seems like it would be drawn to sympathy if it had lacked it for thousands, millions, billions of years.
I cannot describe what it was like to hear a voice after being in silence for so long. This world you have is beautiful. So full of life.
I don't even know what to say. I feel like I should have more intellectual inquiries for the talking star, but
I'm no longer a star. I am the next stage.
Would you go back? If you could?
He looks down kind of quietly. It's hard to say. I don't know what it was before. But at least now, I get to be here. I get to be with baby boy.
Is that worth more than however many countless thousands or millions or billions of people you maybe were connected to before? She says a little bit like kind of blurts out and then realizes that was a really insensitive thing to say right in front of baby boy, but
Right.
she says it nonetheless.
I think, to answer your question, I should say no. Going back and undoing a cycle that is meant to be isn't something that I would want to do. As a cycle will continue. At one point, I will no longer be, and something else will take my place. Perhaps life again.
She chews on that for a while. Another minor character building point here. But over those couple days we've traveled,
Yes.
Jane just makes a point of bringing tea to Ruko each night. No big deal. We don't have to like play out all those conversations, but she just has some like small talk and tea with Ruko in the evenings.
Absolutely. As this is all... Or go ahead.
Sorry, he's delighted. He's fine. He reciprocates with however much you feel like speaking. He's
Yeah,
just a
for
good
sure.
Tea guy.
She is like very much warm to Ruko and to just like small talk, to like unimportant whatever talk, you know. That's deeply valuable to her.
He keeps up teasing about the Arcana thing, and he really expects you to just talk about his mumbo jumbo and all this stuff. He finds it really interesting, just the Arcana versus, because Arcana's like try hard. You gotta, you just have to try really hard.
Right?
Yeah.
She's likewise very interested in the concept of sympathetic magic and of just like feeling your way into magic. It's so foreign to her, so
it's just kind of winging it until something clicks and you grasp it, or you just straight up don't. It's just hit or miss and non-determinable. Very strange.
Yeah.
As this is going on, Foster, what's up with Foster? What's he doing?
So real quick, when Mara's talking about his past lives, this is probably the longest shot that's ever been. Do any of those stories sound familiar to me? Like a folklore check?
Sure, I like a folklore check. Let's see it.
I assume these are completely
Mare's a
different
dirty liar.
realities, but
Mare's just a dirty liar who just stole it from children's books.
No, never heard any of those stories.
okay, cool. Kind of figured that was the case.
One of them sounded very ominous to me, but I don't know if I was there.
Was it the cow one?
No.
Oh, the heresy.
God.
Yeah. You and your you heretics.
We don't talk about Bessie Squared. She was a beast.
You can say it. She was a bitch. You can say it.
Somebody had to say it. Other than that, not doing much. I'll help Rico do whatever foraging he needs. Probably pick his brain about like how his rituals work and what he uses the different herbs for and all that kind of jazz.
Wonderful.
Oh yeah. And
Probably, unintentionally or maybe a little intentionally cold to Tex, but not cold, just not ready yet.
Fair and valid.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense.
And so as I'm traveling too, I'm just keeping an eye out for little itty bitty spirits and stuff, and whatever comes along. I don't know. He's just trying to get his bearings in this place.
Understood. Give me a Spirit Weaver check as you're going. And Tex, what's up?
Okay.
Tex just keeps his nose open and sees if he can smell that daemon that was over by Genevieve's.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, give me a Daemon lore check. And also a D20.
Oh,
Ruko. Oh, Tex.
Can I use inspiration?
Yes,
Do it.
you sure can. Also,
I've
everybody
never
can
used
take a second hero point for the night, too. We're deep enough in, and we've had a lot of really good conversations. Tex, you don't catch a whiff. Incredible. Tex, you don't catch a whiff. You do smell other daemons from time to time, but not any that register as the same as the night of the attack. Likewise, Ruko, it's difficult because, like, the little ones seem to be experienced and smart enough to run and hide, and the big ones you don't want to interact with. Like, they seem to be very aggressive. There's probably a couple times where you try to sort of test the water and be like, okay, maybe this is the one that I can be diplomatic with. And it's probably strange for Ruko in particular. In Blimadil, if you come across a pixie or a satyr or something, or a witch even, you can talk to them. You can have a conversation with them. They are essentially people. They're whimsical, they're dangerous, they're unpredictable, but they are people with personalities. The monsters here are intelligent, but they are aggressive. They are by default hostile and not interested in conversation with almost anyone.
Fuck Morisco.
That's what I'm saying. If I roll better, is there a chance?
I'll let you know meta above the board. It is possible. You would have to roll better on both your smell check, your Daemon lore, and on your flat d20 to just see if you come across them by chance.
Okay.
Also, I'll say that if your perception is much better than your Daemon lore, you could use that mod instead.
Much better.
Yeah, so whatever that mod is.
2 and a 3, so...
Never mind.
There you go, yep. Big jungle, you're sure there's somewhere nearby, but you don't smell them as you're traveling. Eventually, you guys travel, you sleep, you travel, you sleep, you travel, you sleep. And after your third night of sleep, when you wake up on Saturday, Styx Day, about 9 or 10:30 is when you see up on a little ridge with a kind of carved switchback path leading up to it, the Sundial Foothold, which is this big stone fortress. And you can see that off the side of this fortress is a stone tower that kind of reaches up several hundred feet into the sky. And beyond that, you see floating island, drifting slowly, almost imperceptibly, like far, far away ships approaching a port that are just kind of all orbiting around here. I didn't animate this map because I'm a terrible DM, but these are all moving very slowly in orbits, and you can actually see that many of them have little ports and bridges that presumably line up, that people can use them like stepping stones all the way up. And in the distance, the visibility isn't too terrible. You can probably see the much larger islands way, way off, 30 or 40 miles, of some actual Octima territories, including the really, really big one, Kite, the capital city. And as you begin to climb the steps up here, you find that there are a few people gathered, mostly merchants, traders, a few adventurers, that are waiting at this tower for the next island to pass by for them to get a spot on. What do you do? Is there anything that you do before you depart on this, or are you guys just waiting for one to show up?
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, please do.
I just haven't said it this session.
Yeah.
Jane! Okay. I had to get out of my system. I haven't said it all session. I've been thinking about it.
Very important.
Boy, baby boy.
Oh, baby boy. Oh, we did it, guys.
That's wild, folks. Are there people that we're looking for?
Hey.
Are there witchers here at the foothold? Do I see people walking around with an orrery?
What a great question. Give me a perception check. DC here is very easy. You have lots of time. Everybody's just sort of chilling out here. Nobody's actively trying to hide anything. You take a good look around. There's probably about 30 or 40 people in this group. None of them appear to be witchers. It looks to be mostly merchants right now.
Anyone scared of heights?
I don't mind them. I don't
You
think.
just stop leaving it down.
My last character was deathly afraid of heights, so I can't do it again.
Have any of you guys been here before? It's amazing.
No, I've read about it. I've seen pictures. It's incredible in person.
Oh, I'm excited.
I start rattling off a bunch of useless history about this place and
Do you explain how
lore about it.
I assume you explain how they're floating, which I'm very interested in.
I will assume that Jane knows how they're floating. How are these floating, Peck?
You do know. You can give me an Arcana check to see how much you know, but you know the basics at least.
Presumably magic.
Oh yeah.
Ew, yeah, I know
you actually
everything
know
about this place.
a lot of the details here.
You wrote your thesis paper on this.
Very possible. The answer is magic, and to be more specific, it is Stillstone. You know that Stillstone works kind of like it did in Crosswinds, just a little bit less violently and a little more mobile. Stillstone is the physical manifestation of mana that was on the weave and is gathered in too much place without turning into a daemon. It's what mana becomes if it doesn't form into a daemon. And it is tethered to its location on the weave This is a place that is essentially like a little vortex or a whirlpool of mana as it gets pulled up to Mount Avalon. I could rant about this for an hour because you rolled a nat 20. I'm going to give you the Cliff Notes version. There's a principle in mathematics where you can't comb all the hair on a ball in the same direction, so by default, there must be a vortex somewhere. This is what happens when all the mana in the world tries to approach Mount Avalon. It creates a spinning vortex. The stillstone tethered to that vortex spins, and you get floating rocks that go up into the sky tethered to their location on the weave. And essentially all of these rocks there's stillstone embedded in it, which causes it to float. If you were to destroy the stillstone, the islands would fall.
Jane explains all that, but she does not do like the nice Cliff Notes version. She does start talking about the mathematical formulas and like, so the coefficient of mana distribution across the ley lines going towards Avalon is blah 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 blah.
So Big Boy's like into that.
Then back of the group, so you can see that one's root systems are kind of growing down the side of it.
I realized as I was planning the session that all the nerds are in this party, and then Tex. It's just all the nerds and Tex.
Tex like is slowly getting further and further into the back of the group. Trying to get further and further away from all the nerd talk.
Ruko is just confused, like smiling, wide-eyed, looking between Foster and Jane. He doesn't know what's going on, but there's a lot of cool things happening, apparently.
Hopper is like trying to be a part of both conversations at the same time, frantically taking notes.
There's varieties of apples that only grow on these flying islands. They need that altitude to flourish. I hope we can get some over here.
Yeah, and Ruko will ask Foster at some point, like, if he has any willow bark, because he's got a headache by the end of this.
I'm sure Foster has willow bark on
probably,
him.
Yeah. You have the nature medicine training thing, right? The feet?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure you do, then.
Yeah, I always keep some on me. You said your head was hurting? Anything else wrong?
No, it's good. A lot of information.
It is a lot to take in. Oh, I didn't even hear Jane talking.
Me and Hopper are just talking a mile a minute at each other.
Mm-hmm. Tex, give me a couple will saves, actually.
Oh, I did.
Oh, did you? Where? I didn't see it.
I assume this for dream stuff.
Yeah. Oh, is that the 3d20 update? Oh my god, yeah, I see.
5, 18. I mean, I have a +8, but that's still a 2 and a 5.
For sure. With a +8, you're at least not to the point where you are actually accruing exhaustion levels. You're kind of beyond that at this point. But no, they're gross. Most of them involve Edel. A few of them actually start to flash back to Prospero and what happened that night. And there are many times where you kind of relive the night where Prospero came wandering in and you just flippantly got sick of it and ended it. And then you look down and see that it is not Prospero's body, but either Edel's or Jude's or a cat's or Genevieve's. You just are awash with these weird images that you've never had before. Distortions of the dream where you are accidentally inflicting harm on things that maybe you didn't mean to. Or that you meant to and then came to regret.
Terrible business.
Terrible business. Terrible business emotions.
I love that this is Tex's response to feelings. Yeah, gross.
Jane, you are able to pretty thoroughly determine that nobody in your traveling group appears to be a witcher or has the orrery. And eventually, after just a couple of hours of waiting, you guys watch as this massive stone island begins to drift towards the tower. Everybody kind of stands back. A few of them who have never made this trip before are like visibly worried. Like it looks like this big floating island is going to be dangerously close to the tower. And as it silently drifts over, you guys see that it is just like snug as a bug in a rug. It is a perfect fit. They've built this bridge out to within the millimeter so that it lines up. It's a wide platform. The island does not stop at any point, so everybody kind of has to do that like 3, 2, 1, okay, cross. There are people that are timid about it, and the attendants kind of like yell, like, you gotta go. There's no waiting. This thing does not wait for you. It's essentially like a very big ski lift. And one by one, everybody kind of makes the trek across the gap and onto the flying island.
Very excitedly run and jump across it. I'm so excited to be on this.
Hell yeah.
Same.
Wonderful.
Jane was going to ask one of these attendants if they had seen the Witchers come through here, but does not. Gets way too distracted with her lore and her excitement.
Wonderful. Excellent. And with that, you're kind of on your way. The system here, they kind of explain, is it takes a grand total of 3 days to cross the sundial steps. Everything kind of rotates on a daily basis, and you need 3 full circles to make all the connections that you need to get up to Kite. And these islands are big, but they're not that big. You can essentially get from one crossing point to the next crossing point in a matter of 2 or 3 hours. So what most people do is they cross, they make the 3-hour trip to the waiting point, and then they just camp out at the next spot until the night comes.
This place is so cool.
This is rad as hell.
Sure hope there's no bandits out here.
It's not that cool.
It is worth mentioning, since you brought it up, you are still, you're off the ground, which means it's safer than it would be back in the proper jungle. This is still technically wilderness. You hear all sorts of animals. You know that there are probably monsters that have gotten up here, especially flying things are very common. There's a marked path. It's a well-used highway, but it's also been an apocalypse for the past 30 years, so it's not well maintained. They do warn you, be on your guard. You are in the wilderness. You need to have your wits about you. There are monsters on these islands. And, maybe bandits and stuff. I'm sure there's actually, I have to assume, there are probably lots of, murder mystery books about murders on the islands. It has kind of the vibe of a train trip murder mystery where you're trapped in one place for a long time, so of course there's going to be a murder mystery.
I'm like,
did somebody say train?
Whoa! It's what's that? King of the Flies, Island of the Flies,
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies. It's like Lord of the Flies, but only 8 hours. So you gotta go get that madness quickly.
You gotta really just go balls to the wall with going insane.
Yeah,
if you break Shane's glasses.
If you go insane on the sundial steps in the 8 hours it takes to get there and start eating people, you kind of already wanted to do that.
You don't gotta crush everyone's hopes and dreams, Jane.
Let me get some pretty easy survival checks to just not do anything super stupid as you guys travel across these islands.
Can I
try my
help
best?
Foster?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy. Why do we keep doing this? Every time you roll well, I roll like shit.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
We need to just both roll separately.
Yeah.
Whatever. That is plenty. Again, it was. You guys did get a second round. I think you stepped away, but everybody got their second round today.
Oh, fun.
This is plenty. Again, not terribly hard. It is a dangerous path, but it is not that dangerous. The first couple of days go uneventfully. In fact, most of the travel goes uneventfully until we get to M's Day, 2 days later. The 2nd of June, or Jackus.
Does that mean that we had a long rest?
There.
I think we've had 7 long rests.
Yeah, long rests aren't really a thing in this system. You just sleep at night and you get the heals.
I meant like the once a week thing where Jane has a vision.
That will happen tonight. Today is Monday. It's M's Day.
Are there any unique flora growing in this?
Tons.
There's gotta be.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, yeah, you're the actual real life plant nerd. If you know things that would grow well in a very sunny and cold and high altitude environment, you could probably elucidate us. But there are also these rocks are embedded with stillstone. Much like in 2.5 when Pip found all the green stillstone and got high on them. Plants grow like crazy out here. It's tons of vegetation. Things are growing where they wouldn't normally be able to grow. You see waterfalls that seem to just burst out of the side of rocks out of nowhere. It is a very magically rich place.
I fucking love this place. Are we still in necromancy effect? Sorry.
Yes. I believe you will be the whole time, but I'll go double check to see if Octima's different.
That's fine.
Okay. But with all of these...
I think we're basically following the necromancy ley line.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But with all these nights traveling and everything, I do want to try harrowing.
The heroin.
That is what I thought you said too.
This is taking way too long. Let's do some heroin, guys.
Let's do some heroin.
I do want to try heroin.
Excellent.
We're all high up here.
So if I remember
this is
correctly, your feat
curious.
lets you do it on yourself for free, or you can do it for other people for like a pretty expensive cost until you get the upgrade. But talk to me. What are you trying to do?
I think. But can I just show it? Let's see.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, here we go. How's this work?
Okay. There's a lot, and it's really cool. But it might be worthwhile to try on Jane before she goes into her weird dream state, if she's mentioned anything about it.
Certainly.
I don't know.
Here, let me pull this up in a format that's easy to read. PF2 harrowing.
Yeah, she for sure brought that up too during one of your chats at some point this week.
Yeah.
Let me read this thing.
Okay, so the default cost for a level 4 player would be 80 gold, which is a ton. But I know that your feat lets you do it on yourself for free, and I think eventually you can do it on other people for free. And also, you can just do this without the mechanical benefits if you would just like to do this. Let me see. Hero dedication. Once ready, when you do it, read for yourself. Harrower archetype.
There's just so much. It's really cool, but it's a whole novel.
Sure is. Okay, yes. What you're looking for is Experienced Harrower, which you should be able to take with your next level up where you get an archetype feat. And that will let you do this ritual for free on anyone that you want. So very soon. Basically your next level up, I think.
Okay. Then I'll hold this for now.
It's 2 levels.
Is it 2? Oh, yeah, right. Because it's every even level is where you get an archetype feat. Okay. Wonderful. Your travel goes mostly uneventfully until the 3rd day. As you guys are kind of following along the path, you hear up ahead of you, you kind of have to like wander through a little cave tunnel that is going up and up and up. And you hear ahead of you, from presumably the other end of the tunnel, maybe like 5 minutes ahead of you, the sound of music. You can hear that there is like a little piccolo playing, there's a nice jig being played with a fiddle. It sounds like there's just some music, some celebration going on. And as you start to approach, the music suddenly stops, and you start to hear, like, the clashing of metal and some, like, excited yells. Not fun excited, but, like, agitated yells. In other words, it sounds like something has interrupted the music, and something bad might be happening up ahead at the end of this
Jazz
cave.
music stops. It's like jazz music stops.
Exactly. Jazz music stops. What do y'all do?
Apparently, we're not allowed to murder people in caves anymore, so I don't think we can go in there.
I said we wait it out and then go loot whatever's left.
Okay, so it sounded like there was something happening there and it stopped when we got close?
So it just kind of happened as you were approaching. You're going through a tunnel. You can see there's a light at the end of the tunnel that leads out to another outdoor segment of one of these islands. As you were approaching, you heard fun, like fancy music, but then the music stopped, it was interrupted, and you hear the sounds of combat happening up ahead.
I see, okay. I mean, we have to help them, right?
I think that's probably for the best. I will, cast this spell on Foster.
Wonderful.
You get a +1 to your next initiative.
Amazing.
As you guys are all kind of deciding what to do and eventually starting to charge ahead, you hear, cutting through all of the noise, sharp and loud and almost ear-piercing, just a horrible screeching noise like a giant bird or a chicken or something like that.
Do I know what kind of creature that is?
Oh boy. Nature? Or actually, no, Arcana?
Terrible roll.
You could do Arcana.
Oh, that's a very good roll.
Either would be appropriate here for reasons.
Would occultism be?
You could do Occultism, it would be a harder DC. Nature is your best, then Arcana.
I'll do it because I always have I keep doing. I had mana to use my book last night, so I have the pocket library.
True. Jane, it actually makes a lot of sense that you would know this.
It's a train, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not a train. It's a farm thing. It's a hilljack thing.
Do I know what it is?
Literally a chicken.
You can also do Occultism if you want, Ruko.
I did. I got it. Oh, sorry.
Occultism could work. It is a harder DC. I think Baby Boy probably knows it just through like study.
Can I take a guess at what it is?
You could take a guess at it.
I'm also using it on what's his face's book. Like that's the pocket library book I've been using with my occultism with.
Right.
I'm guessing it's Griffin.
A griffin? I like that. That's fun.
Oh, what about not a cockatrice? I don't know. Basilisk? I don't know. Bird.
These
Or chickens in a griffin costume.
It's a
Cockatrice
chicken.
is right.
Baby Boy, you just know this because you read it in the book somewhere. I can't think of any other reason that you would know that, but you rolled extremely high on occultism. So it probably has like some valuable component that is used in occultism. In fact, what it probably is its tail feathers, which are a magnificent green color. Jane, you know what this one is for two reasons. First of all, dire chickens are raised for their meat. They lay big eggs and they have good meat. They're a common farm thing. And dire chickens are commonly used as like summoned guardians by wizards. They're very easy to conjure up, so they are frequently used for personal defense. This sounds like an angry dire chicken.
And I am going to just double check here. Dire chicken.
Correct, yes.
It's
yes.
a dire chicken. We must tread with the
Double D.
utmost caution.
Double D chicken.
My grandma makes the best twice fried dire chicken you'll ever have.
Tex was so uninterested until you mentioned getting fried chicken, and he bolts for it.
Excellent.
I'll follow it, Tex.
As you bolt forward, I'm going to pull this over and we can roll initiative. Let's see. I'll tell you what you see as you emerge.
Since we took a moment to decide what to do there, can I have precast one more spell on myself?
Yeah, totally fine.
Pew pew. Jane, as she's rushing behind Tex, starts casting a little bit of spell. Her top starts spinning like backwards in her hand, and little like echoes of her past start following her around. So there's like four Janes walking around.
Wonderful. So you're almost to the mouth of this cave. It is a steep upward climb, so you can't see out of it until you get closer to the top. But right is up. Right is the way towards the sound of the battle that's happening. And let's roll initiative.
Uh-oh, someone's still fatigued and they need to take it off of them.
Oh, yeah. You should not have fatigue. You've had plenty of good nights of sleep now at this point.
I believe it might be either Tex or Ruko.
Why?
Wake up!
It's not going to affect anything anyways. Got that food motivation.
Whoa.
Hey, everyone's... Oh, oof. Most people rolled... Everyone rolled higher than 24, except for the crowd.
Everyone rolled so well.
I was going to say, I rolled crazy good initiative for almost everything, except for the crowd.
I think because everyone rolled
Are we
so
killing
well,
everyone
I'm
in the
gonna
cave?
do my chrono skimmer thing.
Does this mean we have to kill everyone in the cave, guys?
Oh, yeah. What
Damn.
a waste of a 20.
Yeah, it sure is.
Because I rolled that 20, I get a nat 20 on my initiative.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. I forgot to drag that anticipate peril status effect onto myself before I rolled initiative.
Oh, so that's what, a +1 to it?
20, yeah, it should be 25.
That does actually move you above some things. That's good.
Me.
All right, wonderful. I believe we have everyone.
It's actually worse because I rolled that 20, I got a 19 on my initiative.
Incredible. All right, here we go. The first thing that happens is you guys hear just another blood-curdling screech, which starts as a screech and becomes a perilously loud chicken's macaw, which I cannot do with my real voice. I'm so sorry. I'm sure you can imagine one. And actually, Jesus, the range on this is huge. Let me see. Okay, we're good. You guys are good. All right, Ruko, you're the first person in the cave to act. What would you like to do?
Barf. No. Yikes. Well, I whip out my loot and do a strum, and hit the fucking chicken! Cantrip. Everybody goes zoomy speed. Here we go. Triple time.
Excellent. Everybody gets a movement speed buff. You should be able to drag that onto yourself.
Hell yeah.
That's one action. I can't do two cantrips, right? So, blah. Second.
Triple time. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can't do another one of your focus cantrip.
Wait, but that's not a focus one. So wait, max one per turn. Got it. Another one of those, but I can do another spell, right?
Yeah. You still have 2 action left, and you can use it on any other spell.
Okay, I have a rope trick, and there's a chicken, and there's somebody vaguely Texan next to me, so I have ideas. Boy, I'm gonna save this. This seems like it could be really stupid fun. But I'm gonna move to get a better view. I'm colliding with everything. Actually, I can't physically move that way.
Is it not letting you? Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me.
No.
Oh, did I fuck up these walls? I might have fucked up these walls. Are you just trying to run as close to the... I'll move your first 35 feet, and we'll see where it goes from there. So 10...
Yeah.
20, 30, 35. I think from there you can finally see out. And you see what you see. Essentially, you have found the station where the next exchange is going to happen. You see the big suspended wooden cart that things load into for the handoff. But then you see a whole bunch of brightly dressed skeletons in masks. A very brightly colored wagon. It looks like a circus wagon or a wizard's wagon. It's just this very bright and fancy little cart. And then you see chaos unfolding. There are things that are chasing these skeletons around all over the place. You see that there are some animated suits of armor that are trudging after them, stomping heavily as they flee. Some of them are you see a bunch of these skeletons play dead. They clatter down into the bones long enough for the thing to walk past them, and then they reform and run away. You see that there are a couple of weird bug things that are flying around trying to chase them down. But then way, way off in the distance, you see one particularly foppishly dressed skeleton with a rapier who is yelling, "Come at me!" At this enormous dire chicken, and he is squaring off against this chicken.
Is it Prospero?
Oh my God.
What a great question. There's no way you could possibly know that.
What about I'm also Bones? Does Bones recognize Bones?
Just Bones, no Bones. It seems like maybe. Maybe, who knows?
Just let us know if Rio recognizes real or not.
Rico, you still have 1 action left. That was just your first one.
Okay, God, but I have to be able to recognize the audacity of that hat feather.
Oh, it seems very reasonable that it's Prospero.
Oh, man. Okay.
Surely Hopper recognizes his outfit.
Oh, he might. I don't know. I don't know if I'd recognize a celebrity by their outfit.
Does his accent seem similar to that of his son's?
Oh, kind of, yeah.
Alright, let me try to measure something, see how far I am. So that was 35 feet, that's my whole movement. And that is, oh geez, that's 55 something feet. Heck. I'm gonna keep moving. I can keep moving like this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You still have
to keep zooming.
Exactly. You got 1 action left. You can use it to move.
Okay. I'm gonna keep moving.
As you emerge, you see that the animated animated suit of armor kind of turns and looks at you, starts to raise its glaive towards you.
Yeah, I keep a distance. I'm just gauging the situation. That's my turn.
Wonderful. That brings us to Jane.
Okay. Jane's past echoes float behind her. She starts to cast a different spell. Points a finger at each of Tex and Baby Boy. It says, "Hold still for a second. I'm going to synchronize your timelines." And whenever either one of you two moves, the other one can move as a reaction.
Oh, what? You said Tex, Ruko?
Yeah, sorry, Tex and Baby Boy.
Baby boy.
Anytime one of you guys moves, the other one can move as a reaction. That's 2 actions. Guess I'll use my 3rd action to do a little moving.
Alright, that'll bring us to Tex.
I still don't have useful abilities.
Damn shame.
Oh wait, we only moved 25 in this game, not 30, right?
True, but you did get a plus 10 from Rico.
You have to be 35. Yeah.
Yeah, I did 40.
Zooming.
It makes so much sense.
I triple dash.
Yeah, it makes so much sense that Tex would just run straight for this chicken.
God. Look at him. It's like an owlbear, but chicken.
Yeah, spoilers, it's an owlbear. I don't want to ruin the surprise, but this is just a chicken-flavored owlbear. That brings us...
Hey, it can be chicken flavored whatever, it's delicious.
Yeah, it is delicious.
And it's going to be in my mouth.
Alright. Wonderful.
Actually, I think I still have 15 feet of movement thanks to Ruko's spell, so I'm actually going to run around this thing and try and flank with this skeleton man.
Love that, love that. He does kind of look at you run past, and he tips his enormous hat with his big foppish feather. He says, "Oh, be careful with this one. He's feisty. Have at thee," and he stabs.
Boy, alright, I need to do a thing.
Oh, yeah, what you got?
What is this music?
Alright, I don't feel guilty at all.
True!
Yet.
It could be some other foppishly dressed orc skeleton in the nice hat.
He's far too foppish to not be Prospero.
Yeah, it's probably Prospero.
His move is called Have at thee.
Yeah, it sure is. He does one of those, and then with his last two actions, he reaches out with a hand, and lightning cracks at his fingertips, and he will do a little shocking grasp.
Also, because I moved BB, if you want to move.
Oh, yeah, true. Good call.
Cool.
Thank you.
Oh,
I can tell where everybody was anymore.
Prospero's theme song fucking slaps.
Oh, that
I
was...
didn't have music.
That was... Alright, that brings us to one of the animated armors. Which one is it? This one is the one down south. I think this one is going to... Oh, it's already in range, yeah. This one just picks up its glaive and starts swinging towards some scally boys.
Oh, wait, these are bad guys?
It seems like it. For those of you who are up and can now see, you see that the animated armor is attacking skelly boys.
I read that wrong. I thought they were there, like, guarding the skelly boys.
Seems reasonable. You would know that a lot of wizards do have these things to guard themselves, but it seems that they are chasing and attacking the skeletons. Which, you know.
Don't you get started with me.
Can I tell, like, where do they look like rusted and ancient and like they're just arisen? Can I scope out where they came from? For free with no actions.
For free with no actions, they look clean. They look normal.
Weird. Prospero has betrayed his people. And also there's a dire chicken for some reason.
True.
Sorry, dire chicken.
Dire chicken. Get it right. Alright, that brings us to Foster.
Well, I also thought these were friendly armors. Well, let's start with some movement. So, if I double dash, I can go 80, and that leaves me with one move left to try and do something. Stand by, one moment. Boy, I'm just not close enough. Okay, I will just do a... Oh, that's 2 actions. This is the worst day of my life.
This is my new favorite meme. Mirror reaction images that are all exactly the same.
Okay, I will do the only one action that I have left, and I will cast Guidance onto Ruko.
Alright, sounds good.
And then Yieldwood is independent today, so she gets one free action without me commanding her, and she's just gonna run into.
Ooh, wonderful. Alright. As you guys emerge from the cave, let's see, this bug over here to the south, you see that its long, kind of feathery antenna start to just like vibrate uncontrollably, and it tilts its head around, and then bolts over towards Jane.
Me?
Oh no, magnets.
What did I do?
What a great question. It has to use 2 actions to get to you. But then, let's see.
You picked an apple, didn't you? You're trying to pollinate.
I haven't found the apples yet.
Do you have... What are you holding? What's Jane currently holding?
She has her top in one hand, which is made out of metal, and I don't think she has anything in the other hand. She's doing spell casting with the other hand.
Yeah, you see that this thing comes over to you, and with one of its big fuzzy antenna, just sweeps your hand, and it attempts to disarm that top.
Better fucking not.
Let's see. How does this work? Oh my god, look, everything just is magic.
Look at it. It's like a code. She's going to #symbol disarm you. Oops. Oh no, it's your programming.
I was targeting the commoners instead of you. What's your reflex DC?
Oh, thank god. It's not great. What is it, 10 plus my reflex?
10 plus reflex, yep.
17.
17, so that is just a regular success, which I think means that nothing happens immediately, but it's like partially knocked out of your hand. Let me read what this does real quick. Anyway, that is all third action.
It literally does nothing.
I know it got buffed with the remaster.
I'm pretty sure it literally does nothing. It only affects like if you're attacking with it. Unless they added that it also affects spellcasting now.
To attacks with the item or other checks requiring a firm grasp on the item. Yeah, so because you're not actually attacking and you don't need to hold it tightly, I don't think this does much to you, but it doesn't know that. It does it anyway. That's all 3 actions. That brings us to the next Rustwig.
Jane nonetheless recoils and violently grabs her top and goes to put it away. Not okay with that.
Makes a
I know
lot
I
of
can't
sense.
probably do that as a reaction, but
Also, isn't Jane entirely metal?
Yeah, spoilers. That's why they're coming to you.
Yeah.
now it's all coming together.
Yeah, they were to you.
This one uses its first action to fly over. It uses its second action to try to disarm you again, and it gets a +2 because of the first success. Disarm. Is that a circumstance? It is, so that actually overrides... Oh, no, it's untyped. Nice, so we throw this on. Perfect, let's go. That is still just a success. With its third action, it is going to try to bite you. Missing. That brings us to... baby boy.
These things, do they seem organic at all, or do they seem like they're made of, metal?
They do. They actually just look like bugs. They seem to be drawn to metal, very, very obviously. But they appear to just be bugs of some sort.
Okay. I'm going to use one action to move. I'll just move up here. And then I'm going to use my second action to cast a spell. As I tear through time and space and try to destroy both of these guys. They both need to make fortitude saves. I think actually I should target them and make them do it. Maybe? I don't know if I actually made them do it or not. Nope. I think that was me.
Let's see. Pew, fort save. This hits both of them. One success and one just barely a success. That is half damage from each.
I don't know why it's labeled as acid damage on here. Isn't it just...
It's void damage, yeah.
Oh no, that's just if I wanted to add more.
I see. Alright, they each take 3 as parts of their body begin to crumble away to rapid decay. Oops, that's too much.
I'm gonna use a pedally action, I guess, to use the rest of my movement.
Yep, can do.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. I had. I guess I'll just get over there.
Alright, that brings us to the other animated armor. This is the one that is locked eyes with Ruko. Let's go.
Aww.
The first thing it does is you're kind of skirting around from a very safe distance, but it hoists up this glaive, which has reach, and tries to do an arcing swipe at you. Thankfully, you are able to kind of duck over it as it swings low. It's not very agile. It's a simple machine. It is going to try it one more time with Matt. There we go. Let's see. Forceful has as you attack with it more than once, the second attack gets a circumstance bonus damage equal to the number of weapon dice. Love to hear that. So there's actually one more damage here. That is 11 points of slashing damage.
Out.
And third swing. Oh my god, it hits on the third too, so 2 more than this one. I think I can just add this, right? Label 2 / add. Oh nope, not 2d4. Okay, just add 2. That's 7 points of damage on that one.
Add 2? Okay. Wait. Okay.
Awesome. That is all 3 of its attacks or actions. Let's go to last Rustwig. Flies over to Jane.
Have I mentioned how strong I would prefer if it didn't?
Damn shame. It too is going to follow its instinct. It uses its third action to try to get that top out of your hand. +2 on this one as well. There we go. Finally, with a critical success, the top is knocked out of your hand, and it uses a piddly action to essentially gather it up into its antenna. You immediately start to hear... Yes, what you got?
Mirror images.
Oh! How does this work? Post mirror image for me.
I
got it pulled up too. Let's see. Scroll
How will you know if you're in a dream if someone touches your top?
True. Scroll basically to choose one of the... Any attack that would hit you has a random chance of hitting one of your images instead of you. 1 in 4 chance of hitting you. So give me a d4. You're looking for anything not a 1. On a 1, it really hits you. You're good. It swipes through the mirror image and does not successfully disarm you at all.
So one of the images disappears.
Once an image is hit, it is destroyed. It fails to it doesn't destroy an image. No additional effect. When one of the images destroyed, it becomes success against you. So that is only when it deals damage. Hitting. Yeah, I don't think this counts. It is not doing like a damaging attack on you.
Merciful and hot as hell. Thank you.
Yep, we'll roll with it. That brings us to Hopper.
Does the Rustwig want to use the rest of its turn?
I had to do 2 actions to come up in its last one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. My bad.
Hopper, 1 action. Swing up. Second action. Doesn't even know what the fuck these things are. Oh my lord, just do the thing. I promise you can just do the thing. Never heard of it in his life. Amazing. Third action.
Really? He's not going to know right in front of his hero?
Right in front of his hero. He's so ashamed. That brings us to the commoners, who do skelly things. Which essentially is code for prepare to play dead if they're about to be attacked. That brings us back to the top with the Dire Chick.
Let's go, chicken.
Let's go. How does this fucker do? Let's see. Screeching Advance. All creatures subject to this. Okay, he doesn't need to move, so it's just going to start with a blood-curdling macaw. I need everyone to give me a will saving throw as this ear-splitting screech echoes across the entire island.
Even if we don't want to?
Even if you don't want to.
I should have just clicked the button. Forgot.
You're looking for a 20. On a failure, you are frightened 2. On a success, you are frightened 1. You need a 30 to not be affected at all.
Oh, so close.
So close on Foster, yep.
I was so close too.
I don't think anyone critically failed, so it looks like most of you are just frightened 2 or frightened 1. The bugs are not immune to this. Let's go.
I'll burn a hero point.
Let's see it.
I think I might do the same.
How bad is frightened? I don't know what this does. I'll read it.
It's basically a -2 to everything you do that goes away over the course of the next 2 turns. Bugs is scared too. Alright, after this horrible screech, the next thing it does is it is going to turn around to the much smaller and tastier target, Tex, and it is going to try to catch you in its talon. Whoo! That's a critical hit.
When the chicken eats the cat.
24 points of piercing damage, and it will use its third action to grab you and attempt an athletics check. What is your... I think it's a fort DC? I think that's a success, but not a crit.
Yeah, just success.
Alright. Wonderful. You are grabbed. That is all 3 of its actions. Ruko, you're up.
Oh boy. You know, I've been trying to find out what to do this whole time. And here we are. Alright. Well. I'm going to try to back up the support. This thing is giant and I will die next round, but I need my friends to be with me, so here we go. Animated assault! What can I put down? Here we go.
Oh, sick.
Just the cave rock walls and everything. Just rocks are just darting everywhere across the entryway.
Oh, yeah. Just whipping and buzzing noises as these little pebbles spin like bullets in a circle here. Let's see. The object... Everything immediately needs to make reflex saves in there. Let's go. Fail, and succeed. Give me some damage.
Did I roll it many times?
Just the once. That is a shame. That is not great damage on that. That could have been 20.
Yeah.
Still, though, 2 of them failed and they at least take full damage. Yeah, Baby Boy, what's your reaction?
Whenever he frightened everyone, I'm going to use all-consuming fear on... Oh, Jane, because why not? Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be. It has to be afraid by me.
Sure.
And I gain her level in temp health points.
Hey, nice. 12 temporary HP.
What the heck? Wild.
Nom, nom, nom.
I've got one more action to do something, and I have not used my guidance yet, but I can... Inspire courage. I think that was pretty inspiring. Just rocks flying every... I don't know. Here. Be inspired or else. Fuck.
Whoa!
That's basically everybody.
Whoa! What
Whoa.
is this?
Yeah. Thanks,
Everybody
brother.
in that cone gets inspired.
Beautiful.
Oh my lord, that's huge.
How,
It's the bravest little Martin that ever was.
Sure is. All right, that brings us to Jane.
Okay. She's like frantically pulling her top back away and stuffing it into her pocket. Can I tell if these things smell metal? Do I know that if they smell metal? Is it a smell thing?
As a, let's see, what is your, let me double check, what is this for apparitions? What is your passive occultism?
Passive occultism is 20.
With a 20, you know that they are very visibly attracted to metal and they use their antenna to do it. You could probably learn more by spending an action to recall knowledge, but that's what you know for free.
Okay. I think that's going to be good enough. Bear with me. I'm going to get a little fucking weird here.
Let's do it.
I am going to attempt to cast Magic Aura on myself to make it appear as if I am under the effect of a spell the same level of Magic Aura. The spell that I want to make it appear that I'm under the effect of is Negate Aroma.
I love that. That is plenty.
Oh.
Yeah. Target the menu, read aura. Under
I don't
the
know where to
effect
find
of.
spells around here.
I gotta read here. So, Magic Aura. To have it register as being under the effects of spell or so this is absolutely going to do something. I do think I want to be careful to set a precedent here. My understanding of Magic Aura is it changes how you register to magical detection. The question is
like
whether
missiles,
they're
essentially.
Right, exactly. The question is whether they are detecting it with magic or with a natural process. And let me check real quick. I don't actually know the answer to that. Let's find out.
Oh, hey, you know what? I'm sorry. This whole plan doesn't work. That's a 1 minute casting time spell.
Oh shit, you're totally right. Well, it's good.
Forget everything.
I'll look it up for the future. It was a good idea.
Sorry. Forget everything. Okay, new plan. Jane puts the top into her pocket, stuffs it away, reaches into... pulls her gun off of her belt for just a moment, and for a moment looks like she's going to fire it, but instead she just holds it in her palm and holds it out towards them, like she's offering it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast this on one of them.
Oh, God.
The one right in front of me.
Right. Yeah, this makes perfect sense. That's fucking clever as shit. Alright. The one right in front of you, you said? The one in the middle?
Yeah.
That is... DC. Is that right? Hang on. That's not
It says
right.
it's like succeeding because of being frightened or something?
Yeah, hang on. This is not right. That is a 9. Your DC is 18. Why is it saying success?
I don't know.
Oh,
Should be pretty near
incapacitation.
crit failure.
Incapacitation effect. This is a lower level than you. You're good. It's a fail.
Sweet. Okay. So whatever it does on its next turn, it has to do again the turn after that. So that's 2 actions. I guess that probably is a third action to get the gun out because it wasn't out before. So it did like piddly action, stow the top, action, pull the gun out, 2 actions, cast the spell.
Perfect.
I think that's my turn.
Sounds good. That brings us to Tex.
Boy. He's gonna yell back at Jane. Instead of showing off your gun, why don't you try using it?
I've got a plan.
I'm in this thing's mouth currently.
Correct.
Can I... It's a full action to do an insight check, right?
Kind of. If it's something that you would get passively, you can just ask. I'll tell you if it takes an action before I make you roll.
Okay. Why bugs not attacking armor?
What a great question. I think passive... what a good question. That certainly stands out to you as weird. I think... what is your passive insight? What's your passive perception?
19.
19. On a 19, you kind of look around. You see that there is a wizard. You see that there's a wizard's cart. You know that things were kind of like going well until they all at once didn't go well. And I think boy, passive 19. This is a weird...
I think that all these things were being kept in that cart and then they all got loose at the same time?
Kind of. That seems like a reasonable conclusion. They're all like on the same team somehow, even though they're all just like dumb chickens and bugs and animated armor. It seems that they are together in some way.
Okay.
It definitely does strike you as very weird that they are not drawn to the suits of armor.
Cool. For the dire chicken, is it off guard for me?
It sure is, yeah. It's flanked.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do a double slice.
Alright, let's see it. Hey! Thanks, Bard. 2 hits. For 9 piercing. Plus 9 slashing.
18 altogether. And then I am going to do I'm going to kind of wiggle in its mouth, and I'm just going to dig both my claws into its face. And I'm going to do my last action is going to be a combat grab.
Hell yeah, let's go.
I'm going to grab it back.
I love the idea of this cat grappling a dire chicken.
Damn.
Crawling out
Damn
of his
shame.
mouth. He's just tackling his tongue, killing it.
Alright, I believe that's all 3 actions.
That sure is.
That brings us to this foppish skeleton whose identity nobody could possibly deduce in any way.
Who could he be?
Who could he be, indeed? You know, he could do a lot of smart things, but I think that this is what he would do. He looks at the situation that's going on with the dire chicken and Tex, and he is going to raise his hand and with 2 actions cast the grease spell.
It's gonna fry this chicken.
I don't think it's going to fry the chicken. I think what happens is instead of the normal effects of grease, which are long... Okay, no, they're not that bad. Tex, give me a reflex save. Dire chicken needs to give me a reflex save as well. Excellent. Wonderful. This worked even better than I could have possibly imagined. For 2 actions, the dire chicken drops the soap. Tex, you are no longer grabbed. And then it falls prone.
Perfect.
Prone. There we go. And with his 3rd action, have at thee.
If he doesn't say it, does it not work?
As soon as he say have at the
He does say it every time. Thou
Love that for him.
fiend. That is all 3 actions. That brings us to animated armor.
If you announce it, they're going to move.
True. Alright, the animated armor swings at the skeletons who have their ready action to run. So they run. Then its 2nd action, it turns and steps towards Foster. And 3rd action, swings on Foster. With map. For a miss. That brings us to Foster.
Incredible. We are not playing Updated Witch, right? No, okay.
We certainly can. Remaster is out, so we can make that jump whenever you're ready to.
I won't make you do it in the middle of combat, no big deal.
Understood.
I'm going to 1 action stride. Up yonder. I don't know if this thing gets an attack on me.
It does not seem to have attacks of opportunity.
Incredible. Glad to hear it. Targeting the dire chicken, I'm going to cast with another action, Needle of Vengeance.
Let's see, basic will save. Natural 20 because it's Foster.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
As is customary.
As is customary. Truly incredible.
Fuck it, I've got one more action. I will just do the exact same thing again.
Hell yeah, let's see it.
It can't get a natural 22 times in a row.
There's no way. It couldn't
not
possibly. Oh, it was almost a nat 1 on my screen, actually. That is a regular success. What happens on a regular success?
Absolutely, literally nothing. I'll sit here and die.
You mean play dead?
No, it's a basic will save, so it should take half damage at least.
It's not damage. It's a status effect situation.
It takes 3 mental damage.
If it fails every time it tries to hurt, I was gonna name Tex. Every time it tries to hurt Tex, it takes damage.
Hang on, I'm reading through here. I think this doesn't work quite the way that you think it does. Needle of Vengeance automatically applies this status effect to them.
Yeah.
Then
the save is when they do the damage.
When they do the damage is when the save happens. Yeah, and the save is a basic will save, which means they still take half even on a success. So
that
you still
makes so much more sense to me.
Right. So first of all, you still have your third action. You can go ahead and do a third action.
Yeah, I'll do Needle of Vengeance on this animated armor next to me.
Excellent. Who are you naming for that?
And
one?
name myself. So when this armor attacks me, it has the will save. When the chicken attacks Tex, it has the will save.
Love that. I
love Needle of Vengeance so much.
What is your passive?
Yes.
You use nature to cast, right?
I do.
What is your passive nature?
Allow me to find out. Same rules as 5e, just 10 plus.
Yep.
So with fear, it's 21.
You would be very aware as an experienced level 4 caster. Needle of Vengeance is a mental effect, and that usually doesn't work on constructs.
That makes a lot of sense.
Are the respites constructs?
No, they appear to just be bugs.
You also might not be able to cast 2 focus spells.
Oh, that is also usually true.
You are also correct about that. I don't have any other one-action spells. I guess I will take another action and just, since this thing doesn't seem to have a way to attack me, keep running.
Cool. Totally fair. New system. That brings us to the Rustwig. Let's see, the first one is the middle one, which is under the effects of the thing. It has no reason to not just take the bait. It uses its first action to try to disarm it out of your hands. Do you resist at all, or do you just drop your gun?
No, I'm gonna try to resist it.
Okay, so first action tries to get the gun out of your hand. Oh, should be a +2 on this. Doesn't matter, that's a fail. Third action. It will... What does this do? Ooh, that's fun. I think third action, it's just going to attack your gun. I'm going to try to do that. I don't know if there are rules for attacking a weapon directly. I'm going to give this a -2 penalty. And if it hits your gun instead of you. That seems reasonable.
I'll allow it.
Doesn't she still
Perfect.
have all of her...
Well...
Let's talk about mirror images too.
Oh yeah, there are the mirror images. So
although on a crit.
On a crit, it goes to you instead, which will be your gun instead. So one mirror image pops, and then it attacks your gun.
Question, is that a crit even with the -2?
What's your AC?
I gotta find my AC. Oh, my AC is only 16, so never mind.
Yeah, it still would be then. Let's see what it did.
Or wait.
Was higher than 10.
I don't know how that's a crit to begin with.
It was a natural 20.
My AC of 16. Oh, okay, disregard then.
Yeah, natural 20, so it is a hit bumped up to a critical hit.
I understand now, I'm with you.
Yep. Let's see.
Your AC 16.
Yeah, that is wild.
I'm a wizard. I'm not supposed to be over here doing this shit.
No,
mine's also 16.
AC doesn't exist in this system. Everyone has the same AC.
Apparently not.
People's AC should be within like 2 points of each other.
I did not make any choices regarding my AC. It just is.
Well, you probably have
21.
You have armor.
No, I have Dex.
Oh no, I don't have that.
Yeah, I super don't have that.
Wild. Anyway, here we go. Let's see. 2d6 to a metal item that target is wearing or holding, ignoring its hardness. So let's go. 10 points of damage directly to the gun. I'll look up a gun's hit points, but my gut says it's probably about 15 or 16, which knocks this down to broken status. It is not, like, ruined permanently, but you can't use it until you take some time to repair it.
Right.
Third action, I don't see any reason it wouldn't keep trying to eat it, so let's go. With Matt. That's a fail. That brings us to the next Rustwig.
I thought it was under Deja Vu.
It is, so next turn
so next turn that has to try to eat my gun again. So I'm just going to throw my gun away.
Yeah, essentially, Jane has put this thing out of the fight for 2 turns while it just tries to go for the gun.
Gotcha.
This one sees a tasty gun. It's going to do the same thing. God damn it.
I'm over here evasion tanking with mirror images and a gun.
Holy fuck, guys. That's 3 in a row.
We're also all frightened thanks to you, so...
Yeah, but these are not like, oh, they rolled low because of frightened. That was 3 natural ones in a row. Can we get 4? Oh. Can we get 4? Let's see it.
I want to believe.
Oh, I also wanted to believe. Still a miss, though. Well, goddamn, baby boy, you're up.
Cool.
Yeah, so you see Jane, like, about to throw the gun across the cliffside, so the middle one is going to run away.
Gotcha. I'm going to cast... Mer, and then all of a sudden I have like I'm surrounded by my little anomalies, and I'm going to cast my secondary gravity, which gives me a speed of 70.
Lord.
For 1 action, and I'm going to run over. I think this gets me. How do I like? Let's see, 15. 55, I think 60 gets me to the door. I'm going to open up this wagon.
As you open up this wagon, you see the inside of a nice little cart that smells strongly of perfume. It is filled with nice and extravagant clothing. You do actually see on the door of this, in beautiful golden leathering that has been carved out and then painted with fine paint, Prospero von Moresco.
He's not the wizard who cast this, then.
Well, the cart certainly seems to belong to him, is what you see. And what you see when you open the door is that there is a shelf that has been kind of knocked over or jostled, and there are things scattered all over the ground, including a couple of broken potion bottles, some scrolls that are soaking in that potion. There's a chest that is like cracked open, and there are a bunch of rocks pouring out of it. It looks like a shelf fell over in this cart.
Does it look like the shelf falling over, like, and these bottles breaking just summoned some of these creatures?
It's a reasonable conclusion. If you want to look for hard evidence of that, you would need an action to seek.
Yeah, but this is the guy we're looking for, right? This is his stuff, not.
Seems like it, yeah.
Okay. So if he's doing this, he means that you can't. There's not a way to turn it off easily. Cool. I'll just turn this way then. I get surrounded by my anomalies again, and I'm going to attack this skeleton boy. Unless I just like passively feel like there might be a way I can like stop. No.
Yeah, not passively, not without spending an action to study it.
And this is going to be amped. So he's flat-footed. Do I need to do anything to make him flat-footed for this? Or can I is there like a flat modifier for it?
I will do this.
I can just add it to the spell when I cast it.
I got it. I toggle on his in. That is all of Ruko's animated objects. It is safe for you to run through it as long as you don't stay up.
They're not there anymore. This is a concentration spell, and he casts another concentration spell.
The animated objects?
Yes.
No, all he has to do is sustain it every turn. Concentration doesn't work the same way that it does in 5e.
You can have 2 concentration spells?
Absolutely, yeah. So, to be clear, concentrate in 5e is a totally different thing. In PF2, it just means that you have to think real hard when you're doing it. Which means you can't do it like if you're a raging barbarian or if something has made you stupid.
So you can sustain multiple spells?
Correct. If you have the actions to sustain multiple spells, you absolutely can. That's kind of Witch's whole thing, actually.
Oh, gotcha. Would I have been attacked if I ran through that then?
No, he has to trigger it manually on his own turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, 24 is a hit on that armor.
It's not. I'm assuming it's not a...
Let's see. It is not a crit, but let me read how your thing works real quick, because the amp started the flat-footed against attack. It ignores hardness.
Yeah, I think it actually also destroys some hardness.
Yeah, this is a big deal, actually. This is, ignores the amount of hardness risen to piercing damage equal to half the spell's level. 1.
I think pretty sure it's 2 now. Because
oh, yeah. True. Okay, you do find, probably unsurprising to you, that as you attack this thing, it has a ton of hardness. It is essentially just an item. It is an object. And your Phase Bolt is specifically built to deal with that. 9. Wonderful.
Yeah, and it's reduced by 1, I think. I think the hardness is just reduced by 1.
Yes, let's see. Hardness 1.
I think it's under the conscious mind.
And actually, well, that sucks. As you use your Phase Bolt to bypass this thing's hardness, you watch as the breastplate of it starts to crack and shatter. You get the sense that if you do this enough times, it is just going to totally lose all of its hardness. So it doesn't take much damage now, but you see a big crack splits down the middle. And it does take some damage now. Maybe.
And I think
there it goes.
Some of my I don't know how much of that was resistant to, but it sounds like some of it went through. Some of it
Yes.
bypasses.
Yes, some of it went through.
Okay. I think I have 10 more feet of movement. So I'm gonna move. Oops. Kinda around.
Oh, actually, sorry. Your damage is doubled. That is because it is bypassing the armor. The AC is 13, not 15. That's a crit. Which means that goes from 2 points to 11 points, which fully breaks its armor. Yeah, this thing now has none of its hardness. It is just tattered bits of metal that are being like held together through magical energy, and you see it becomes like visibly sluggish.
Oh, cool. Can I use the last 10 feet to climb on top of this?
Yeah, give me an athletics check.
Okay, I get a +1.
Good luck.
Well, on top of what I have.
Yep. DC is 12.
Oh, I have a -2 because of my frighten.
This should be
won't do that. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Worst case scenario is that it's really bad.
Plenty. You are able, in fact, that's a critical success. You're able to get up there all the way onto the roof. That brings us to the other suit of armor, the one that is not broken yet. It's got a Ruko in range. Let's go.
Oh boy.
Don't forget at the end of your turn to reduce your frightened level, guys.
True. I don't know if that happens automatically.
Did not. I just did it manually.
First swing on Ruko is a miss. It takes the heavy weight of this glaive and continues to swing through and around into the commoners, who have readied their action to run as well. And third action, it basically does the full Zelda swing for a third strike at Ruko. Right? Imagine being a tiny little baby who's afraid of things. That brings us to the last Rustwig. See if this guy can roll some natural ones as well.
Keep them coming.
1 miss. 2 miss. 3 miss. Amazing. Tex? No, sorry, I lied. Chicken. No. Hopper. Hopper. I know, this initiative is so long. Hopper sees that Jane is all alone with these things and in a bit of trouble. He is going to gather some bravery. 1 action, step up. 2 actions. He pulls out a little machete. I'm going to try to chop at this bug.
Oh, he's so precious.
Oh, he actually hit something. I'm so proud of him.
Look at him go.
Look at him go. He did 3 points.
He wants to be Prospero so bad.
I think this is actually a point where he finally is high enough in the cave to see Prospero.
Think you damaged Hopper instantly.
Oh, I sure did, right.
Cut himself.
That would be very fitting, but not what happened. He actually managed to roll.
He could hold so many machetes, though.
True. I think that Hopper gets up here to attack this bug, looks through and sees Prospero. Probably has the same assumption that all of you did, that it is Prospero, and uses his third action to stride straight through all of this, running in his direction.
I respect that a lot.
The commoner is ready, and now we're back up to the top for the chicken. Okay, what happens in Greece? Amazing. And amazing. All right, cool. So only takes further effects if it is moving, which it does. It's going to use its first action to try to stand up from prone, which means it has to do an acrobatics check to even stand up from prone. I think that's a fail. Prosperity, what's your DC? It is. So this thing tries to stand up and slips first action. I think it's going to try one more time to stand up. Still flailing around on the ground, and eventually decides to just bite.
First, it takes 12 damage.
Oh, shit, right. Oh, yeah, and then also the psychic thing from Foster. So, Foster, roll me your damage twice. Or once, rather.
So it's a will save, basic will save on his part.
Right. Here we go.
It's only if he attacks me.
That is also true.
Oh, true.
He said bite, though, right?
That was a bite, yep. 12 points from Tech. Alright. What is your DC, Foster? Is that a crit success or just a regular success? It's 20, so it still takes half damage. Go and give me some damage.
So I don't know how this... It's just a flat number.
Oh,
so
yeah,
with,
3 mental, so 1.
Yeah, with Courageous Anthem it should be 3.
Or, well, it's heightened, right? Yeah, I'm just going to...
Yeah, so...
There we go, so it takes 3. Oh, that almost kills, actually. And then it is going to try to bite Tex.
And then it needs another will save.
Oh, that's max damage. 18 points of piercing on Tex, and then another will save. Let's see. That is almost a critical fail. Full damage is 5?
Yes, 5.
It dies.
I don't think it does. You only did the one attack, right?
Oh, you're right. Sorry, the stand-ups would not have triggered Needle of Vengeance. Only the bite would have.
Oh, I thought I heard 2 bites.
That's on me. That's on me. I did say it on accident. You're right. Okay. All right. That is all 3 of the actions for the Dire Chicken. That brings us to Rico.
Joy, oh joy. Alright, I'm gonna make these rocks attack again.
Wonderful.
Bugs.
They all need reflex save.
Yeah. And if any of them fail... Do I just cast this again?
Yeah, go ahead and cast it again, yeah. Crit fail. Fail and fail. Give me some damage.
Alright. And this is a secondary one, so it's a 1d10 bludgeoning.
Ooh, nice. Okay, that is much better this time around.
Yeah, it did more than my 2d10.
Yeah, I was going to say more than your real one. So double for the first one, regular for the next 2. Alright, that was 1 action to sustain that. You got 2 left.
Woohoo! Alrighty. Why are all of my guidances expired? No. Really? That doesn't seem right, right? I haven't used it yet.
I think guidance might only last for a round. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, it's just around.
Oh, okay. Get rid of those. Alright, so that's 1 action or 2. 2? Probably 2.
To sustain is just 1.
Just 1? That's kinky. All
yeah,
right.
yeah, exactly. Sustaining is real good.
There's armor. Alright, so I'm gonna just hit it with my cool-ass staff. Alright, let's go.
Good luck. You just saw from Baby Boy, these things have a ton of armor, but it does break if you hit it hard enough.
And this one's
I
is
can't
broken.
hit things hard.
This one's armor is broken.
Oh. That might be worth it. I'm gonna... Yeah, Hopper's nearing a giant dangerous thing, so I'm gonna use... Oh, jeez, I can't move. Fuck. Fine. Phase Bolt's actually bad.
You saw that Phase Bolt is what he just used, right?
I have it.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
my conscious mind cantrip, so that's why I can break through it.
I see.
Yeah, I think that's specifically a psychic thing.
Oh yeah, you're totally
Also
right.
does like a D4. That's it. Okay. Well. Fuck. Fine. I'm just going to go and. You know what? I'm hitting it. It hit me. I'm hitting it back.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, follow your heart.
God.
Your character is allowed to do things that feel natural and are not perfect.
Yeah. It's just I don't have combat. I don't have combat anything. All right, here we go. Except for the rocks. The rocks are fun.
The rocks are getting work done over there.
That's not an attack.
Second page, your actions page.
There's
yeah,
an
you got
attack.
it. You got it. That's a big
There
hit,
we
actually.
go.
See, 26 is a regular hit. You're one off from a crit. I don't think you have a +1 from anything.
Really?
Unless your bard thing is still active. Does that go to the end of your turn?
Heck. I don't know. They were both expired by the time I got to this turn for some reason.
Okay.
So
Here, go ahead and roll some damage while I
I guess
look
I'll
up.
just trust that. Da-da-da.
Duration 1 round. That is still active. Inspire Courage lasts for 1 round on yourself. So that is a 27. It's a critical hit, which means that is 16
Woo!
damage instead of 8. The armor blocks the first 9 of it, which means that 7 gets through. And you see a big crack starts to form down the center of its chest pieces. It is not quite enough to break the armor, but you have damaged it pretty thoroughly. Why is it only doing 4? Stop that.
Oh boy.
There we go. Okay, cool. I believe that is all
Alright.
3 actions. Yeah.
That is 2. What was that?
Oh, wait, that is 2 actions. You got 1 left.
Wait, I had to step.
Okay,
a
then
little.
that is all 3.
Yeah, I took 1 foot. That's all my actions.
All right, that brings us to Jane.
Wonderful. Piddly action. I take the broken gun in my hands and toss it right here.
Really hate that. I can't believe they didn't manage to actually kill this thing in time.
Okay. Next action. Does this game have weird making ranged attacks when you have an unfriendly right next to you rules?
They can trigger opportunity attacks if they have opportunity attack. That's pretty much it.
Got it. Alright, in that case, I will do 2 actions to phase bolt this fella.
Wait, are you still frightened?
I am.
Frightened 1, yeah. Goes wide, unfortunate.
I'll burn a hero point.
See,
It's late.
It's late. We're getting pretty close. There we go. That is a hit. Because the bug is also still frightened by the chicken. 12 points of piercing. I think that
Ooh, max
actually
damage.
that might do it.
Oh,
no,
so
it is still
close.
just standing.
Alright, 1 action left. I don't have my gun anymore.
True.
You know what, I will just go ahead and do this little number to get a brief glance into the future. Hell yeah, I've got
Hey,
18 on deck to use at some point before the end of my next turn.
Wonderful. All right, that's 3 actions. That brings us to Tex. You are neck and neck with this chicken. It is almost down, and so are you.
Sure am. Well, I'm going to try and finish it off.
All right, let's see.
I'm not actually going to do a double slice this time, because I pray that I can actually hit it.
Fingers crossed, I believe. Hey, that's a critical hit. Ooh, 23 points. You eviscerate this dire chicken. What does Tex do? How do you do it?
I think he's got like big beak gash through his stomach. Bleeding is green, gross blood. He's gonna just kind of jump on top of this thing, slice its neck, and then drop one of his matches on top of it.
The whole thing just starts to sputter and crackle and sizzle.
I'm not spending an action on it, so it probably doesn't do that, but I'm going to run over here with my other action, and I'm going to Fiddly action to can drop the rapier so that it goes into its thorn whip state, and I'm going to take an attack on the animated arm.
Love it. Also, you critically hit. I'm going to let you light this thing on fire for free.
Okay, I don't want it to burn. I just want it.
You want tasty fried chicken?
Cook a little.
I gotcha.
Right,
I gotcha. You're making fried chicken. I gotcha.
No, you know what? I'm not going to do that.
Okay, understood.
Because Jane said there was a secret recipe, so.
Oh, I see. I see.
It's true.
All right,
I'm not going to
wonderful.
ruin it. I made that mistake with the eggs. I have to check if I can do a thing, though, first. Okay, so can't do that at range.
That's a hit. Actually, I forgot to set it to broken. I think that is... Oh, it's not quite a crit, but it's close. 7 piercing. It is still just standing.
Perfect. That's all I got.
All right. The foppish skeleton, who we know only now is Prospero, who we've just learned just now is Prospero, is going to come over in tandem with you. Looks at the armor and says, "Ugh, I hate to do it like this. It's such a waste, but, well, here we go." Hits for 15 piercing, and this thing finally clatters to the ground. Third action, wheel over to the last one. That brings us to Foster.
Alright, I'm gonna do what I should have done at the start of this. As could be, we're not sure, Prospero walks over to the last animated armor. I'm gonna spend 3 actions, and you hear a bunch of scurrying coming from the tree right behind this armor. And I'm going to summon a swarm of squirrels.
I love that so much.
Conjure spell increases heightened. Okay.
That's just
I've
the whole
got
spell, huh?
I've got the stats for squirrel swarm pulled up in front of me. I don't know how to like translate that though.
I think I can just do this. And then I think we have a swarm of squirrels. Do I have a token?
Brother,
It
get
doesn't
out
really look
Nacho.
like a squirrel.
Give us Nacho and Pugliese.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
No, don't do that. Just don't make their corpses fight for us. They're not even cold yet.
Alright, I'll just do this instead. It's close.
Alright, and then it should get to immediately take its 2 actions. So it's got to use 1 to move into just the armor space, if I can manage that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it has to, like, swarm around them. Yeah. We'll do this.
And then it has to use its second, or it'll use its second action to do a scrabbling swarm, and the armor needs a DC 17 reflex save, or it is clumsy 1 for as long as it remains in the swarm.
Oh, boy. Okay. That is a fail. It is clumsy 1. And then I think it has a third action still.
I thought Immediately when you finish casting the spell, the summoned creature uses its 2 actions for that turn.
Oh, right. They
When
have
I'm reading,
2 actions because it's summoned. You're right. You're right.
Okay, cool.
This is absolutely peak foster behavior for sure. All right, excellent. That brings us to Rustwig. The first one up is the one that is deja vu, so it's been its whole turn going over here and just trying to eat this gun. I'll roll just to see if it rolls all
So I
that
do
ones
need to
again.
see if my gun gets destroyed or not.
I was going to say, I would normally just say it happens, but after all those nat ones, there's a chance. Okay, there we go.
Only has 2 attacks. Thank you very much. It had to move.
Oh, it did move. You're totally right. That's not much, actually. I forget how much. It was 11, 14,
It did 10
22?
before or so.
So 13, 21 total. You keep track that your gun has taken 21 points of damage. I will find out how much health a gun has after the session.
Understood.
Alright, that brings us to the next Rustwig. This one is not deja vu'd, and there is much, much more metal nearby.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have that much money on me.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do... Is this thing stupid enough to be... It's not... It's smart enough to step out of danger. First action, step. Second action, tries to bite you. Actually, no, it'll do the tail first, because we want to do the knockdown. So here we go. This, like, double pincher earwig tail tries to sweep towards your feet and misses. And then third action, it will try to bite you. Missing. These guys are just not rolling at all. Baby boy.
Oh, I'm baby boy.
Don't forget to clear off their frightened conditions, fact.
Good call.
Yeah, I think everything should be. This should be the last turn this round. They are frightened. I'm really far from everything now. Guess I'll use my movement speed to go to. Do I need to like make a check to climb or jump down?
No, you can just jump down for free. It's fine.
Okay.
I think the first 10 feet is free in this system. I'd have to double check that.
Okay. 2, 3. And I'll just attack the armor again. This one's not amped, but it still does the same effect.
Right.
But it's a miss.
Double checking. Correct. It does not have its armor broken yet. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Does that ignore hardness?
Let me double check.
I think it has to be conscious mind. I think it is only when it's amped does it ignore hardness. Yeah. Okay, cool. Then that is a miss.
Yeah. That's me.
That's you. That brings us to the armor. It's got 3 lovely targets, and it loves to do sweeping attacks. Let's go. I'm going to roll to see what it attacks first. One is the swarm going clockwise. Starting with Prospero. Hit. For 6 whopping points of slashing. Continuing to spin, Ruko is up second. Critical miss. And the swarm.
That'll do it.
It's unbelievable.
It's only they do have 16 AC. So
I was gonna say they also probably resist this because they're a swarm. Let me see.
they
11.
have resistance 3 to piercing and slashing,
Perfect. This
but they
is
do
slashing.
have weakness to area damage. I don't know if this technically counts as area
It's not.
damage.
It is a forceful sweep, but not actually an AoE. So let's see. The forceful bumps it up to 13, and the resistance bumps it back down to 10. So they're still up. They're good.
They're doing it.
They're doing it. The squirrels are doing it. That brings us to the last Rustwig, who's going to do the basically same plan. Start by trying to sweep Jane's legs. There we go. Let's see.
Hold
First
on.
of all, oh,
Oh, I think think it does actually hit because I needed a.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. This does. I keep forgetting the mirror images. 4 points of bludgeoning, but more importantly, it can now do knockdown as a free action. How does this work? The monster attempts to trip the creature. Click. Athletics. Against your reflex DC. Fail. Okay, it is not able to trip you. Second action, it will try to bite. If you still have mirror images, right? I think 3 of them are up?
Yeah. We got 2 of them left.
Gotcha. That pops 1. And then third action, bite 1 more time.
Wait, hold on. There's a 1 in chance. Okay, yes.
Perfect. That one misses either way. Hopper. Mr. Prospero, sir! Sir! Boy, get over here and fight! First action. I'm a huge fan. Listen, I've read all of your books. I have a couple of them.
What?
Miss and... Miss. Your form is weak. Come on, raise your arm. Get that elbow out. Like this. Yes, sir. Commoner's ready actions.
I assume he sticks the wrong elbow out.
Yes.
It's got like 5.
Yeah, probably.
So many, yeah.
That brings us back to Ruko.
You should no longer be frightened at all now.
But true, nobody is frightened.
Okie dokie. I think I can use this animated assault again. It'll last for a minute.
Absolutely.
Hell yes.
Let me just cast it again for the reading purposes, and... Yeah.
Right, let's see. 2 of these. That is 1 crit success and 1 failure.
Okie dokie. Let me do that. Oh dear. Damage.
Woo,
yeah!
Big damage. The one that is chewing on the gun takes 10 points of damage.
Woo.
That's 1 action. You got 2 left.
Why do they have so much health? Alright.
Yeah, they're beefy. Beefy boys.
The heck? I'm gonna just hope things go alright when I walk away from the thing. No. I'm gonna keep hitting it.
Alright.
Let's hit it again. With my staff.
You do find it is very easy to hit. It just has a ton of hardness, which makes it hard to get damage through the armor. But if you crit, it's a lot easier. That is not a crit, though. Damn shame. I got 1 action left.
Oh, this is so stupid. Okay, fine. Let's see if I got something better to do with 1 action.
Can always inspire courage.
That's what I was thinking. Alright. Inspire! Everybody gets inspire courage.
Bless. That is 3 actions. That brings us to Jane.
Okay. First, I've got this nat 18 on deck. I should probably use it. She gets a brief glimpse into the future of this Rustwig over here, the one to her south, falling over dead. And I will be sad that I don't have a spell that does more damage than Phase Bolt. I'll take a nat 18, which is a crit, I assume.
I assume it's probably a crit, yeah. We'll find out. You had a plus 11, so that's like a 29. Yeah, that's a crit.
Sweet. God
almighty.
That's pretty great.
Yep, amazing. Truly amazing. Still 14 points of damage.
Alright. That's 2 actions.
We've got to get you like a fireball or something.
I've got my... hold on, I got this wand. Hold on.
Oh, that's
How
true.
does this work?
You can essentially... I think it's just magic missile, but you like can trigger it as a sustained thing or something. I don't know. Let's find it.
Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. Activate. Cast a spell once per day. Cast Force Barrage. Cool. I'll cast a 1-action version of Force Barrage for my wand.
Wonderful. That is a d4 plus 1 that just automatically hits. And then you get one more freebie at the start of each of your turns for the next minute.
Incredible.
I think you have to stop rolling 1. Alright, 2 points of damage. But you do see that the wand kind of powers up, and more missiles, like a Roman candle, are just going to keep firing off of this thing. That brings us to Tex.
Ooh. I would love to help Jane, but I don't have any ranged weapons.
I'm so fine. Don't even worry about me.
I guess I will move over here and I'll just finish off his armor.
Wonderful.
I will yell at Jane to stop playing with the bugs.
Trying.
Well, maybe try not throwing your gun away next time.
Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. That immediately and automatically shatters the armor, but that does not matter. You just, like, obliterate this thing. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Oh, wait, you did that to yourself. Yeah, Tex comes over here and just obliterates the statue. It is down. Stop applying hardness automatically. What are you doing? There we go.
So yeah, that was 46 damage all counted at once.
Yep. Fucking wild. This thing just bursts. There is nothing left of it. Bits of metal scatter everywhere. The magic that was holding it together and keeping it animated bursts. And it's like a rain of pennies as all the individual parts starts to just clatter to the ground like pots and pans.
Is it immune to precision damage?
Good question. Let's find out. Immunity. It has a lot of immunities, not precision.
Add an extra 6 on that.
Wild. Excellent. Yeah. Spoilers, this thing had 20 total health. You just did 3 times its health.
Cool. That's everything I got.
Wonderful. I think Prospero is going to spend his first 2 actions like
stepping on my neck.
Patrick Swayze Hopper. Like, oh no, your elbow goes here, right? And then back and swing, like he's illustrating a golf swing. Essentially gonna help Hopper with Hopper's next attack. Then he'll use his 3rd action to move over here, staying out of that area for a little bit. Foster's up.
Alright, I will 1 action to move closer. Check some range real quick. Okay. Can't hit 2 with electric arc. Okay, so I will do 2 actions to Ray of Frost. Let's do this one that's almost down right to the
Wonderful.
Here.
I believe in you.
Well, we'll see what happens.
I for sure do not believe in you.
I don't either. Oh,
hey,
shit.
it's a hit. You got one.
I did it.
It's fine. You've got your squirrels just in case.
Oof! Yeah, this thing just freezes. You watch as its legs kind of curl in. Ice crawls across the surface of its skin, and it drops.
Yep. Perfect. I will free action Cackle to sustain the squirrels, and then they will take their 2 actions.
Right, that's a whole witch thing. That's the whole point of witches.
They have to use 1 to get up to this closest Rustwig. But once they're there, I reckon it's probably better to just try and do some damage. Every enemy in the swarm space needs to make a DC 15 basic reflex save or take 1d6 piercing damage.
Excellent. They just succeed on the save, so they take half of 5 for 2 points of piercing.
And then +1 because of Inspired Courage?
True. True.
And that means my thing should have done 2 more damage too, because I hit it twice.
Oh shit.
I don't think or did I count that already?
Was it built into your damage roll?
I don't think so.
If you dragged it onto yourself, it probably was, but if not, I'll take 2 more off.
I'll check.
Oh, it was. Well, it's on your Courageous Anthem.
So you definitely didn't add it to the magic missile damage.
I do see +1 to Courageous Anthem on your Phase Bolt damage.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So just Uno Mas.
But 1 more for the Rave. Yeah, that makes sense. For the magic missile. Alright, excellent. That is 3 actions for Foster and Cackle. That brings us to Rustwig.
What does Foster's cackling look like?
Yeah!
I'm kind of curious.
Is it actually like bone, like teeth chattering, or what do you do?
I imagined it kind of sounds almost like when the old growth whispers, but it's just kind of like a whispery laugh on the breeze.
I love that.
And not necessarily Foster themselves cackling.
That makes a lot of sense. You guys can feel the wind kind of picks up, the leaves start kind of swaying and dancing unexpectedly, and you just hear these soft whispers that come through. You watch as all these squirrels kind of like stand up at attention for a moment, and then charge over towards this bug and start biting and gnawing on it. Let's see, Rustwig. Simple Bug, Trip, Jane. No, it's just not going to do anything this fight. I think they're only going to roll sub-10s. Hey, there we go. Finally, we got 1 hit. This thing finally...
Hold on.
Oh, no. Stop, what are you doing? Oh, it does actually get through. Holy shit. Okay, wonderful. It clamps down with its teeth. You feel it digs in with its mandibles for 7 points of piercing damage. And where many creatures might bite in and be disappointed to find what they find inside, this thing seems to be deeply, like you watch its antenna just start vibrating intensely. It latches on like a cat grabbing at a piece of cake in that GIF we all love.
Let's call it GIF.
Sure. Baby boy.
I don't like that very much.
I'm going to call it to Mare, and a whole bunch of anomalies appear around me. A few of them get really close, like they're going to collide before vanishing, and I give myself another focus point.
Love it.
So that I can then... Probably don't need to, but... Go big or go home. Gotta kill things. I'm going to amp my whole assault. So they are flat-footed for this.
Wonderful. That is a hit.
Is it a crit because of flat-footed?
It is not. Their flat-footed AC is 17.
Gotcha. Okay. We're 11.
That is enough. What happens to them?
Oh, this is the thing that I do where I, like, reach my tentacles into portals behind me and then just, like, teleport inside of them and rip them apart.
Love it, love it. This tentacle just appears out of nowhere and rips them from the inside out. Bursts open. The squirrels all celebrate, as squirrels do. We've all watched South Park.
That's B-Town.
Alright, that brings us to the last surviving Rustwig.
Wait, did that one just go?
Yeah, wait, hang on, what happened here? Did I fuck something up? Oh, I did the dead one instead. Okay, this one's already taken its turn. I did it out of order. We're fine. That brings us to Hopper. Alright.
Also, that was me using Mare in combat. That was an actual, like, Mare ability.
Good to know. Okay, understood.
Yeah. So Mare is he's out.
Hopper takes a deep breath. He holds his machete up just the way that Prospero showed him. He runs up valiantly. Have at thee!
I want this for him so bad.
I do too.
I hope he does.
Damn. No, I said have at thee! Oh, Hopper, you sweet idiot. That brings us back to the top to Ruko.
You should have tried squishing it with this book.
Yeah, you certainly should have.
Wait, did he get Inspire Courage? Did he get the plus
He
1 on
did.
that
He's got
18?
the Courageous Anthem on the 18, yep.
Ugh.
Yep. He tried.
Alright, well, that's the last enemy, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Alright, phase bolt!
Shouldn't that hit them?
Shouldn't which one hit?
18.
Modifier 7, Courageous Anthem.
You said their flat-footed AC was 17, right?
Oh my god, you're right. I forgot to apply Flatfoot. You're totally right. Oh, he did hit it.
Hey.
Good catch. You're totally right. All right, Hopper, here you go.
I want this for him so much.
Good looking out. That's a 5 because of Inspire Courage. It is not quite dead, but he does land a solid hit. He draws blood at least.
Did he not put any modifier on it himself?
No. My friend here is level 1. He has a D4 plus 2. He rolled a nat 2, and then he gets plus 1 from Inspire
Oh,
Courage.
okay. I think he got a nat 4. Gotcha.
No, yeah.
But the other session, he says he's got to be like at least level 6 or something, right? That's what he said.
That's what he believes, yeah.
Alright, phase bolt! Attack!
Hey, killing it. That's a hit.
Ooh!
Literally killing it.
True. Probably. Yeah, that'll do it. This thing is obliterated. What does your phase bolt look like? I know that Baby Boy's is like tentacles coming through space. Is yours just like bolts of
Gross.
magic, or what's it look like?
Mine is a bit of this purplish weaving strange magic, like almost like the walls of the cave kind of get this illusory sheen toward them, and then they funnel into this swirling bolt for an instant, and just boom.
Excellent. There's just a spike of magical energy that pierces through in tandem with Hopper. Shut the fuck up. I swear to
This is my favorite.
I'm gonna laugh every time. Fuck. And with that, everything does go quiet. It is pretty late. We will probably continue from here next time, but Prospero does look to all of you and says, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry for all of that. I didn't mean for this to become a problem. I think these things must have just forgotten who they work for." And he gives this just grandiose bow. Prospero von Moresco Wittershin, Wittershin's wife, actually, recently remarried. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Oh, we met your wife?
I 3-action heal him.
Please do.
Amazing.
Really quick.
Yes.
Don't tell on myself here, but did this thing do like do I have a giant hole in me?
Oh, right. That's a good point. You might. What a great question. It bit through. You certainly have at least little bite marks. This feels like you can throw a deception check up to just play it off like normal injuries and not have anybody notice it.
Love some things.
I forget who here knows and who here doesn't. I know Baby Boy knows.
Just Baby Boy.
Yeah, Baby Boy's the only one in the party that knows, I think.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I got that secret out of that bitch.
I get a +4 bonus to deception checks to impersonate humans.
Love it. I will say, this is because it's a PvP
Jesus
You know what?
fucking Christ.
I'll just
Burn my hero point.
Are you? Okay. Good luck. That's pretty good. I will leave this up to kind of players to suss out between themselves. It is weird that all of those rust monsters went straight for Jane, and if anybody wants to make a thing out of that, you can make a thing out of that. But Jane, you do cover it up well.
Can I just try to see if any of it was exposed to see if anyone else noticed, I guess? Like, I obviously know, but so like I'm kind of curious if anyone else noticed.
You're trying to see if anybody else caught up to anything?
If anyone noticed any exposed parts on her.
For sure.
If there's any exposed parts that someone could see, maybe.
I'm going to kind of let the players suss this out between themselves, but you can give me a perception check to see if Hopper and Prospero know for sure.
I mean,
Yeah, but she is the only one with metal weapons, though, so...
right.
I say, do any of us even carry metal?
Like, Tex is the only other one.
Oh, that's true, and you ran
Tex
straight past.
Like,
Yeah.
Jane is still, like, the most reasonable person for them to target.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And she plays it off pretty cool in the 23. She like, with this thing like bit into her arm, she like rolls her sleeve down over it a little bit and does the like, I forget what I described her mechanism for doing this as, but like makes herself bleed a little bit out of the wound.
Perfect.
I also saw several, at least one of them go after your gun when you tossed it.
Yeah, so she even like threw her gun away from herself.
Yeah, honestly, well played, well covered.
Appreciate it. It wouldn't have gone as well if they didn't roll 500 natural ones
Yes,
against me.
they sure did. That was why. Eventually, everybody starts to calm down. And we'll probably pick up with this conversation next time, because I'm sure there's a lot to unpack here. And I know we're not going to make it all the way to Kite in time.
And I gotta get him to sign this book.
And we got to get him to sign the book. And so yeah, we'll pick up here next time. I know we're going to have some scheduling stuff for the next few weeks. We'll get things sorted out if we need to. We might have to Jaeger, Jane, and a little bit of Foster. Not you, Jaeger. Jay Jaeger. Puppet Jaeger. But we'll sort that out between sessions. Are you? Are you not?
Does anything maybe happen at this juncture that maybe has to do with...
Okay, yeah, for sure. So first of all, you guys do level up to 5, and you can do that whenever you want.
So exciting!
Were we not supposed to be level 5?
Are you level 5 right now?
I was for the first 5 seconds of the
I see.
game.
Yeah. You guys level up to 5, and I will say I'm going to do this.
You told me to level up.
I told the Gorching group to level up.
You said everyone here levels up.
Oh,
5,
damn.
And
You
I was
got
there.
me. You got me for
Got
sure.
on a technicality.
Yep, you sure did.
Okay, I changed it back.
Fucking got him.
Also, I'll reveal this ahead of time just because I'm a child and it's Christmas morning and I can't wait till the morning to open my presents. As part of thanks for saving him and helping with all of this, he's going to reward you all with clothing if you want it.
Oh god!
Foppish clothing.
I look like a fool! Oh my goodness.
This is incredible.
Oh my god.
Yes.
I cannot wait to see Foppish tax.
Remembering why I killed this man.
What is mine called?
Oh no.
Oh my god, look at him!
I don't have it linked yet. I'll have it in the... There you go.
Take a picture because I'll never wear this again.
No, you have to wear it every day.
You're
It's
too
so
precious.
I look like a I agree with whoever said looking like a fool.
Oh hell yeah! I
Zane's is
already.
Wow, look
amazing.
at Jane.
Jane actually looks like a
I'm actually kind of into this.
Wait, Yieldwood, why is
Oh
the
my
feather
god.
so big?
Oh no, Yield.
That's the best thing ever!
Why is the rat's feather bigger than mine?
This is the happiest I've ever
It's
been.
not about length.
Oh my
Oh
god!
my god!
He's just that ball! He's that ball that runs around with the little tail attached to it. The cat toy.
That bitch can't even move.
How come their feathers are bigger than my feather?
They're
You
foppish.
chose the wrong group.
We get these outfits too, though, right?
Probably, yeah.
I thought these were going to be our pirate
Oh.
outfits, which I'm also super excited for.
I'll trade you next time.
Where's the needs the feather though?
You guys got to go on a dungeon crawl.
He's feeling foppish.
Incredible. Anyway, we'll pick this up and actually play this up properly. I'm just a child and I can't keep
I
secrets.
love it so much.
Incredible.
I cannot get enough Yield mode. He's
Heck,
too
through the
precious.
door.
That's a perfect.
The feather's like 3 times her length.
She's already so long.
She's probably running around attacking it already.
Right, that's what I assumed when I drew this. Like, she's just gonna chase it, like when you tie like a feather to a cat's tail or whatever.
Can we use mare's feather to like swing him around? Like, what's the kind of shot putty but not shot putty game? Yeah.
Use him as like a. That's
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they spread to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where